You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, everybody? What's going on? It's Friday, so you know what time it is. Time to grab a drink, or, doesn't have to be an alcoholic beverage. But you can come join the fun. Much to discuss, of course, with the panel tonight. And obviously, I appreciate you guys clicking in right now. Spread the word. Spread the word. Do it. But hopefully you guys had a good week. Busy week, of course, for me, as per usual. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good week. And like I said, like I've been doing again for past few streams, is kind of like an Ask Me Anything right before we get the panel on here. So go ahead and start pumping in those questions and make sure you smash that like, thumbs up, do all that, So yeah, hopefully, like I said, I know the news is slow, but hey, we try to make the best of it, don't we? What's going on, Ryan? Not feeling good? Okay, well, nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Phil, for the thumbnail. It's just kind of like, all right. But I figured I gotta rock those Rebel Moon covers because they're great. So hey, we got Seek right here. I think Seek will be joining later, of course. Mr. Venom, what's going on? We got Mr. Nobody. So yeah. And we got Mama Film Junkie here. We got Tet as well. So always great to see. And then look at this, Mr. Jason McKenzie, always helping out the pirate ship. And and I so much appreciate it. Anytime that I get any kind of super chat or anything like that, it definitely it goes back into the pirate ship, which is just so freaking great. So cheers, brother. Always appreciate it, Jason. Always appreciate you. And I know you. I don't know. I don't know if you're like poured a glass of wine yet, but if you have, cheers. But yes, much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated. So let's see. Vodka crew. Hope you all don't have to rake leaves from. Yeah, I know, right? It's still hot over here, so it's still very much hot over here. We haven't gotten our fall weather yet. I mean, it's technically fall, but it's still hot. It's still in the 90s over where I'm at. So, and of course, we got the NLCS game playing right now. The Phillies just took the lead 4-2. All right. We got some intense playoff baseball happening right now. Of course, over in the ALCS, the Rangers, I thought they were going to be unstoppable, but turns out not so much because the Astros have won the last 3 games. Now it's 3-2 when it comes to that series. It's just been crazy. So whiskey tonight for sure, Jason. I was like, you know what? I don't know why. For some reason, there was something this week, a lot of whiskey talk that I heard this week for some reason. So I was like, I gotta get the bourbon, gotta get the whiskey tonight. So, but before we start going, and like I said, guys, full on, just ask me whatever the heck you want to ask me. Pump in the questions as much as possible. But I did want to make note of something that was released last week, and as soon as we can, we'll get him back on the stream. I know he was busy tonight, but Mr. Jacob Riddle, of course, who has been on the stream. You guys know who I'm talking about. If you don't, he's been on the stream a couple of times. Somebody young man that I met at Full Circle. Nice dude, good head on his shoulders. He makes short films, and he was working on a film called The One Man Show, and he released it last week. And you can find it on YouTube. Just type in Jacob Riddle, type in One Man Show, whatever you want to do. Let me go ahead and share the screen a little bit. But check it out. Donate. He's also got a donate. I think he's got a donate thing too. I think he has a donate link. Am I right? I don't know. No, maybe not. I know he was running something on his social media, but yeah, he was running like an AFSP thing. But yeah, if you guys have not seen his one-man show, we've talked about it. We saw the trailer and everything. We went over the trailer the last time he was here, and just good stuff. Let's get that background in there. But a very well done short film. So And I like how he has a quote right at the beginning. But yeah, if you haven't checked it out, do yourself a favor. Just very well done. Little meta too, by the way. I was like, oh yeah, but just
Allison.
Yeah. So I mean, it's when it comes to short film.
One good way that you can help build urgency in the sale is asking what are called consequences.
Okay.
About it a lot recently.
But yeah, check it out. It's pretty damn good. But we'll talk about it with him the next time he comes on. So just a very good short film right there. And I was like, ooh, very impressive. Very impressive, sir. So make sure you guys check that out. I should have provided the link down below. I could provide the link right here and just add it to the super chat. Where am I at here? Nope, don't do that. Okay. And speaking of hot, I need to turn up my AC. My God. So there's a link right there. Go check it out. Give it a like. Spread it around. Just very good stuff. I mean, the man is doing some great work over there. So it's really cool. Really cool. So let's see. What you think of the end scenes of Ahsoka and Balin? I'm not going to lie to you. I still have not finished Ahsoka. I have been lacking. I think it's like because I started falling so behind on Ahsoka, and I will. I'll eventually get there. I just fell so behind after that, that awesome episode when Anakin came back, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is great." I think like in my mind, I was like, "That it can't get any better than this episode, right?" So I didn't rush to watch like the last remaining episodes, and then the next episode, and then all of a sudden, it was like one episode after the other, and I was like not caught up. So I'm still not caught up. I will though. And it's like, it sucks. I know I should have, but I'm sure those scenes are great. I know, but I'm like, I'm mad at myself for not fully catching up on it. Sadly, I will though. Don't worry. I'll get there. Hell yeah. Whiskey. Yeah. Certainly. It's all just, baking. It's baking over here. Hey, there's Jose. Haven't seen you in a little bit. I figured, after what happened with the Dodgers, you kind of went in hiding a little bit here. And then it sucks because everybody not everybody, but a lot of people in the, when it comes to the Astros, we were enjoying seeing that the Rangers were, taking them out. But then all of a sudden they won the last 3 games. Like, what is happening? Oy. It's just terrible. What's going on, Jacob Jean? Good to see you. Cheers. Like I said, ask me questions. When I get done with this, that's when the Q&A stops. So ask me all you want. And and then the Q&A stops as soon as I get done with my bourbon right here. Just been filming. Oh, you've been filming. That's right. You have a short film too. Might have to get your might have to get you on here to talk about it. I'm just saying. Haven't checked out the fall. No, I haven't done that either. I actually canceled my Netflix. I canceled my Netflix because I wasn't watching it enough. And then when I'd go over to the lady's house, she has it. And of course, I know there's that whole password sharing thing. So we're not sharing that. We're sharing, the other things. But I know when it comes to Netflix, we're not sharing that. But I canceled my Netflix. It's funny because after DC Fanimated last Sunday with Scott, I was telling him after we were done with the stream, we were talking for a little bit, as we do after every stream. We just talk, we shoot the shit for a little bit. I told him, I was like, yeah, I'm going to catch up on, because, I wasn't going to work the next day. I was like, you know what, I'm taking, because I had a pretty busy, what the hell did I do last weekend? Still trying to even remember that. No, I didn't have really that busy weekend last weekend. I don't know. I just was not, I wasn't working the next day. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to stay up and watch. I was like, what do I got to catch up on? We got Loki. We got Fall of the House of Usher and then Ahsoka. And I was like, all right, which one I'm going to watch here? And I forgot that I canceled my Netflix. So I was like, all right, maybe I'm going to have to watch this at her house. Maybe she'll be into it. So we'll see. So I still haven't watched it yet. And then, of course, I didn't watch Ahsoka. I ended up watching Loki, which I'm enjoying the shit out of. And I know the new episode's out. Still haven't watched that. Hopefully I'll watch that probably this Sunday or whatever the hell. And then I put on Dr. Sleep. Because I hadn't seen it in a while. And I just, you know, I mean, that's the same director, Mr. Flanagan, but and I just love that movie. So I put on that because I was still like, you know, I was like, yeah, do I reactivate my Netflix? And I didn't reactivate my Netflix. Not yet, but I might, because I do want to watch this show. So what's going on, Lane, sir? How you doing? How you doing? Let's see. James Gunn turned out to be a piece of shit after all. Huh? I thought you always thought he was a piece of shit. Have you had the chance to watch? No, I haven't watched that either, but I'm probably going to watch it tomorrow as well because that lady wants to see it as well. So, yeah, Miss Nighthawk, she wants to see it. And she basically said, like, are we seeing it this weekend? And I went, yes. Speaking of, there's a commercial right there. Heard great things about it. I've also heard some with people like complaining about it too. You know, you get those lovely, you know, Marvel fanboys that like to complain about the fact that Martin Scorsese doesn't like superhero movies, particularly Marvel. And of course, they were shitting on his movie. It's like, it's not for you, obviously. That's what's great about cinema is there can be multiple directors making multiple different things, and that's not for you. But yeah, I saw some people saying it's too long, not entertaining enough. It's like, what are we even talking about here? There she is, Miss Stephanie T. Good to see you. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. About a really cool Black Label Peacemaker series, Peacemaker Tries Hard. I'm reading the final chapter. Interesting. Let me know how it is. Oh, you're talking about that thing that came out because it's going to be part of that MCU book, right? Remember seeing stuff about that. It's funny because when I saw that, obviously, if you hate James Gunn, you're going to use that. You're going to be like, see? And I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, you got that. And then, of course, if you support James Gunn, I've seen both sides of it. This is what I love. I love that I'm always like I always look at both sides of the argument. I mean, I tell you what, I should just be a mediator. Is that what they call that? Anyways, you know, because I saw people defend and then I saw people, of course, utilize it. So it's like, well, obviously, if you hate James Gunn, you're going to use that. And it's like, okay, so he had an ego or has an ego. Okay, I've always said that. I've heard that too. He's a douchebag, especially in his younger days. Probably grown out of it a little bit then. And then, of course, the people that defended it were like, well, I mean, he still made the movie. And then there was that whole thing about the writer, and they gave the writing credit to because the original Guardians of the Galaxy script writer was like, oh, there was they I don't know, there was just something. I don't know the details. Maybe I'll figure out the details and maybe go over on a Film Junkie Lab on Monday. But in that same, you know, so then I'm like, okay, I could see your point and I could see your points. I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things where if you hate them, you hate them. If you don't, you don't. Thank you. Appreciate that, sir. You get a cheers, Mr. Jacob Jean. All I want is just a good Superman movie. That's all. I'm not trying to be friends with the guy. That's all. Let's see what else we got with the strike issues. Will that delay Superman? Depends on how long they go, because obviously, you know, Deadpool finally got delayed, which is kind of funny because like a week and a half ago, Sean Levy was like, we're going to be fine. We got about 30 days left. We're going to be right on schedule. We're going to meet that May date. And then a week later, it's like, nope, you're not going to make the date. They took it away. And then they put the new Captain America movie on there, which I was like, wow, I forgot that movie was full on, like already like done and stuff like that. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. See, that's what's kind of sad. That's kind of sad when you have a new Captain America movie out and a lot of people didn't realize, like, oh yeah, they could just bump that up. I mean, I'm not saying like that's everybody, but it just seemed like not a lot of people remembered that, oh yeah, the New Order, is it called the New Order, right? Captain America, the New Order. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Captain America and the Winter Soldier for the most part. there's some things in there I was like, but I like the back and forth between Bucky and Sam. But I was like, oh yeah, I completely forgot that we got this movie. I mean, it's just like, got the Marvels coming out. I mean, I'm gonna see it all, but it just seems like, man, there's not a lot of hype. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of hype. A lot of hype for Deadpool, but not a lot of hype for the Marvels and Captain America and the new Captain America. It's like, yeah. I binged Fall of House of Usher, Fall of the House of Usher this week, and it was great. Definitely up there with Hill House. Okay, yeah, I did like Hill House and Midnight Mass. Whew. I mean, that's why I'm looking forward to this, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I like me some Flanagan. See, Fall of the House of Usher is an homage with most pose. Yeah, there you go. Fanboys. Yeah, it's like, whatever. Let them. Forgot that. Yeah. Yep, gotta go see it. It's Nicole Perlman. That's what her name was. Yeah. A douchebag making a Superman movie. What? Damn. Well, hopefully you don't think the last guy who made a Superman movie was a douchebag. Easy there. Not really. There's not really any more of that. Just there's like I think that it was from that MCU book where they talk about how the Guardians of the Galaxy script, somebody else had the script, and then James Gunn kind of did like a thing. I don't know. I don't know the full details, but it's not like it wasn't like making the rounds. It was just I guess it was just part of that book, and it was making some of the rounds. Like I said, it was like I mean, I know you're not a fan of James Gunn, so you'll enjoy it, but you'll enjoy it for sure. I didn't see it. It was all over Twitter. Dude is really, yeah, he's just loving it. Pedo Man. There you go. I like it. Pedo Man. Also, Zach being called woke because of comic. People are losing their shit. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. Oh, I know, because of the covers, or because the writer is like trans, right? Or non-binary or something like that. Look, I don't give a shit. Just give me some good shit. If Zach thinks somebody is good enough to write some stories, I don't give a shit what the hell you are. You can identify as whatever the fuck you want. Perfectly fine. I'm just going to read it, and that's it. I don't need to know anything more. So if that's the case, that's the case. But there's some people losing their shit over that too, that's just where we're at right now. It's where we're going to be at for a little bit. So I just noticed Spider-Man print in the background. Is that new? Where did you get it? Oh, my mom got that for me. It's pretty sweet. Got a little dented. It's like it's pretty good. It's like I don't know what you like, aluminum. It's like made out of aluminum. But my mom got that for me, like I think Christmas last year, maybe. Yeah, I think it was Christmas last year. She found that and got it, and I thought it's pretty sweet. It looks cool with this ambiance, with this lighting. It looks really cool. It makes it like pop a little bit. But yeah, it did get it. It's got a little dented because it fell off the wall a couple of times because I didn't have a proper way to hang it up, because it doesn't have like the normal like thing. So I had to like get these like sticky things, and the ones I had before, like it was all effed up. So, but yeah, it's got all 3 Spider-Men right there. So yeah. Let's see. Max, what's happening? I can't believe Matt Reeves is getting sued. He's getting sued? What is he getting sued for? I didn't hear about this. This better not be the Batman gate shit that was talked about like a year ago. I hope you're not talking about that. If you're talking about the Batman gate stuff, that shit's ridiculous. That stuff's absolutely ridiculous. What's going on, Cortez? Good to see you. Just been playing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I know. A lot of people are doing that right now. I'm sure. That's like probably what a majority of people, probably even like a good chunk of my audience too, speaking of Spider-Man, is a lot of people are playing that Spider-Man 2 game. And tell you what, I don't know when I'm going to pull the trigger. It's not going to, I just can't do it now. But man, eventually I'm going to have to pull the trigger. I've been saying this because when the first Spider-Man game came out, I almost pulled the trigger on buying like a PS4. And where's a PS? Yeah. And Was that the one that it came with the game, right? And then I was gonna get the game. Yeah, I was gonna like I almost came close to pulling the trigger of, because but I just worry that it's just I'm busy as it is, with day work and then of course doing the channel and doing all the, doing everything on the channel, that I just worry that if I get a gaming system and dive into some games, because it's happened before. It happened with the Arkham games. And I'll just like lose I'll just lose time. I'll just lose too much time and won't have enough time to get things done. So I think one of the actors. Oh yeah, one of the actors is too. It's like, who cares? Yeah, I certainly don't care. They look like a badass. It's one of the Blood Axe people, right? House of Blood Axe. What's going on, Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan? Good to see you. Cheers. Oh, that's good question. I think there's the last I heard, there's just been a lot of struggles when it came to animation studios. I mean, that's what's been fucking that up, because I think, man, when did he reveal that shot of what's his name? I think it was on the Nerd Queen's last stream that they did. No. Was it 6th inning? Okay, now we're going into the 7th inning. Philly's still up 4-2. Yeah, the last I heard, it was like, I mean, and we've seen this kind of stuff. We've seen it in the news that some animation studios have been kind of just, not been great. And I mean, there's been some struggles. There's definitely been some struggles when it comes to a lot of things and companies nowadays. So I think it had something to do with that, and they might have had to find like another animation studio. I don't know. I'm really hoping that movie still comes out, because I really like what he set up with that universe. Obviously I'm looking forward to the Rebel Moon universe, and there's a lot to go with the Rebel Moon universe. I just worry that Netflix is just going to be like, all right, we're just going to go with your Rebel Moon universe, your Army universe. We're not going to go do that anymore. And I'm like, no, please don't. Because, I mean, there's that speculation that the Rebel Moon universe and the Army universe are kind of in the same universe. But, there's some craziness that happens with there. I mean, there's always that whole thing. So, yep. It is. I heard that too. He's being sued by that dude. It's the same thing, right? So it's just the Batman Gate shit again. Ugh. Mortal Kombat 1 and get Spider-Man 2 in a month. There you go. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 is coming. Is the Matrix TV show still happening? Was there supposed to be? Man, you guys are like blowing my mind. Where are you seeing this stuff? There was supposed to be a Matrix TV show? I didn't hear about that either. I thought after, the last Matrix, Resurrections, which I enjoyed, I thought since that didn't do well at all, even though it was like, still pandemic time, that they just closed the book on the Matrix. I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't know what's going on. How dare you? I wasn't hiding. I'd be passed out during your streams. I know. I had to give you a little bit of shit because of the Dodgers. Something needs to change, and you know exactly what needs to change. Manager, owners, maybe, I don't know. Hey, we got a Curly Ray. I think you can have a non-binary character in a movie and it not be woke. I think Snyder knows the movies with woke have been flopping. I mean, it's like there's a way to do it. Like if you're throwing it in everyone's face, like there's this whole thing where, a lot of things where they really throw it out there. Like, oh my God, we're quick. And when they throw it out there too much and they're like hitting you in the face with that shit, then you just kind of know, like, well, that just to me sounds like you're banking more on the fact that it's progressive and not that you actually have a good story. See, I'm all about like, all right, filmmakers, just make your characters, do whatever you want, and then just make it work. And that's it. I don't need to be reminded of somebody's gender choice, sexuality. I don't give a shit. Just Show me a good story. That's all I want. I don't need anything else. I don't need to know this, that, or that. I don't. Just give me a good story. And I think Snyder is that way too. I mean, like, yeah, he's probably like, yeah, we're going to do this. It's a futuristic story. Of course, this would be the case. I'm going to make this character like that, but it's not going to be like, oh, yeah. I mean, and hopefully they don't market it like that. Oh, it's going to have, don't market it like that. Just do it. Just do it. I don't care. Just like a lot of people just really don't care. And then you got, then you got the people that do care. You got the people on the both sides of the aisle that really care. You got the people that care too much, and then the people that want to just want to like be angry, and they'll make like 17 videos about how woke things are. It's like, I just want a good story. Just want a good story. Just want a good story. Why is Netflix doing everything with Rebel Moon except putting it in theaters? I know, right? I did hear, okay, here's a little tea. I don't know, but I remember I was like talking to my friend, and he did mention that maybe he was hearing little whispers. He was hearing little whispers that maybe it'll get a brief theatrical release. Fingers crossed. I don't know. I was like, but I'm not banking on it. Don't quote me. Don't clip me. Don't do anything. I'm just saying there was like a little conversation. And it's like, they really should. So, doing original universes are always great. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, Lazy Hot Dog? Would love to see more Dieter and Vander Rohe. That's who I was talking about. Vander Rohe. Yeah, I know. Those two were great. I love that. Dave, you going to watch? Yes, I'm going tomorrow. I'm going to go tomorrow, hopefully, because, Miss Nighthawk wants to see it. So I didn't see it yesterday. Not to mention, again, work's been kicking my ass, and I was like, not gonna get done with work and everything, all that I did, and then all of a sudden, and then go into a 3.5 hour movie. Not gonna do that. Batman Gate. It's basically this dude who pitched. I actually have a video on it too. You can actually search my, if you want to, Ryan, I'll give you a brief summary, but search my channel, Batman Gate. I did a video on it. I did a complete video on it, talking about how ridiculous it is. 5-2 Phillies. That's right, you damn Diamondbacks. Anyways, Batman Gate is this one dude. I forgot what his name was. I remember he followed me on Twitter. I think he thought I was going to be an ally. But this dude who like pitched a Batman story back in like the 90s. He's claiming that Matt Reeves ripped it off. He ripped it off. Was it the 90s or early 2000s? Can't remember. I think it was the 90s. And he claimed that Matt Reeves' Batman completely ripped it off. Like Matt Reeves ripped it off. So he's suing because of that. But it's just kind of funny because it's like, well, I thought Matt Reeves was ripping off Long Halloween. It's like, I mean, when you look at like his comparisons, it's like anybody could make the correlation of like a Batman story. And it's very much like his pitch was like a Long Halloween, and it's just like a lot of things, and it's just ridiculous. It won't even hold up. There's no way that it will. But watch my video. I cover the whole thing. So, what kind of original film would you like to see? Genre, plot. You know what? I want to see a good Western. I don't know why. I think I'm ready for, and I know Kevin Costner's got something coming out next year, so I'm actually looking forward to that. Let's get a good Western. I want to see like a good original Western, and also a good original baseball movie. It seems like it's been forever since there's been a great original baseball movie. I think one of the last great baseball movies that came out was for Love of the Game. I don't know if that was the last one. Maybe there was been something since, but that came out in like 2011. No, that came out way earlier than that. Maybe there was something. Oh yeah, Moneyball. Moneyball was also based. That was the last good one. And that's the one that came out in 2011. For Love of the Game came out in like 2004 or something like that, or earlier than that. 2002, 1999, I think. Actually, man, I'm way off because I remember seeing that when I was still in high school. Which is a great movie. Watch it. Kevin Costner, Sam Raimi directed. Great movie. But yeah, Moneyball. I'm like, I want to, let's get another good original baseball movie going here. That's what I'd want. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. So, okay. All right. There's something definitely wrong, but hey, people can talk shit about 2020 all they want, but they could have choked then. I'd kill for that. I know. Trust. Yeah. We always, anytime talking to my mom or dad, when it comes to that Dodgers World Series win, we always go, yeah, pandemic. Put a little, it was a short season, asterisk, you know. And of course, we always have to say, like, you know, oh, you lost your internet? That sucks. I don't know if anyone's interested or not. There's always the best show 2023. Live action One Piece. I've heard good things about that too. Never watched the anime, but oh, don't even start. Oh, you see, Jose, now that's you realize that's gonna be, you know those guys when it comes out, those guys are gonna be using that title. They're going to be using that title in their YouTube videos. That's exactly what's going to happen right there. Worldwide, you talk about Rebel Moon. That's what I'm doing with my little fan film universe. There you go. Moneyball is fantastic. What's going on, Brandon? Good to see you, bud. Yeah, Moneyball. I mean, to me. I mean, is that the last like good baseball movie? Is that the last baseball movie there has been? Just seems like there hasn't been a good. I've always had an idea for like a baseball movie, because my favorite baseball movie is Major League, the original Major League. It's R-rated. Love that movie so much. One of my all-time favorite movies. Sequels, sequels weren't that great. Especially in the Major League 2 was PG-13. Like, what the fuck you doing? And it was like, it came out like 5 years later, and it was supposed to be like the next year. And I was like, it's not bad. It's still got especially since it has like most of the original cast minus Wesley Snipes. But I always thought, it'd be a cool baseball movie is like you did a baseball movie that revolved around a bullpen, because anytime that I watch a baseball game, which I'm of course watching now, it's always funny because you have like the relief pitchers out in the bullpen and they're just sitting there. They're just sitting there watching the game, just sitting there. And of course, obviously when they have to come into the game, they start warming up. But I'm just like, man, have like a R-rated baseball movie that's about the bullpen, about these guys that are out in the bullpen, and just stories that revolve around that. And of course, obviously there's going to be, baseball into it, but I would love to, like, if you just have some funny stories and what the fuck happens in the bullpen. I just thought that was funny. Probably I like The Departed. Goodfellas is up there as well. Taxi Driver, that's probably like the top 3. But The Departed, I don't know. That's when I hear Scorsese, I just go, and then Wolf of Wall Street. Oh man, it's like, ugh. But I don't know. There's something about The Departed that I don't know. I just like that whole cast and the way that story especially that ending, just goddamn. But yeah, I think The Departed is up there. Yeah, it's hard to choose which one. And then you got like Goodfellas, you got Taxi Driver, you got Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, it's hard to like, but those are like, it's like difficult. Yes, that's right. For Love of the Game, you have Vin Scully doing the commentary right there. So it's good stuff. Any tea on Constantine 2 still being in the works? Oh, yeah, that's right. There was like talks about that. I hope that that's the case. I mean, if you have Keanu Reeves down to do it, have it happen, please. Well, no, apparently, like, there was like news about even recently. I saw people talking about it, and I'll probably, look into it more. But apparently, that they were saying like, that possibly it's still like still in the whole, could be a part of the Elseworlds thing. Rebel Moon is woke. People will say it is. When was really the last good sports movie? Oh yeah, 42 was good. Yeah, like 42. Did 42 come out? I think 42 came out after Moneyball. You're right. So that was a good movie. I have to watch it again. I think I only watched it like twice. I always forget about 42. Yeah. Mr. 3000. Yeah. I remember that movie. Bernie Mac, may he rest in peace. That was a good one. That came out what? I think that came out in 2004. Yeah. That came out like 2004 or something like that. That was a good movie though. I like that movie. There was also Trouble with the Curve. It was fine. That movie was fine. Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. But I'm doing good, Dave. About to see Killer in the Moon. Oh, no. In a few hours. Man, you're going to be up late tonight, Brandon. I was like looking like, whoop, like, dang, in a few hours. Are you going to wake up and go see it? Or no, I mean, it's 7:42 right now, and I know you live in Cali. Casino's up there. Casino's up. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. There's something about The Departed that I don't know. I could watch that movie over and over and over again. And just really, there's just something about that movie. Something about that movie. But yeah, Casino, also a great one. I mean, he's got so many great ones. Kazoo thinks Wolf of Wall Street sucks. Oh, no. The Departed cinema. Literally I know. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, there's just something about that movie that, I don't know, man. Like, it just, I mean, I know it's like, you got the classics like Casino and Goodfellas and all that stuff, but it's just like, man, there's just something about The Departed and just the way the story plays out. Nicholson, Damon, DiCaprio, just got all those guys in there. It's just so good. There you go. Yeah. What's going on, Antonio? Good to see you. Most movies are pretty degenerate. But yeah, Wolf was good. Oh, Casino and Goodfellas. There you go. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. Yeah. Shark Tale. Nice. 9:30. Okay. Oh, you're going. Oh, wow. I mean, that's like, for me, that's like 20 something minutes that way. The Tyler Galleria. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be up pretty late. I'm up pretty late. Gangs in New York. Hey, you know what? What's going on, Mr. Everett? Good to see you. Gangs in New York. Yeah, don't sleep on that one. I'm telling you. I mean, it's funny when you think about what this man has made. So that's why you go, let the man say whatever the fuck he wants because of what he's made. It is funny because Gangs in New York, another excellent film that you don't really think about. When you hear Scorsese, you don't think about that movie. And that's an excellent movie. Like, it's the guy's got so many, and it's just the genres. I mean, obviously there's like just the time periods that he like can be in. I mean, that's the thing. It's just like the guy is just, I love Gangster and Corrupt. Yeah. Yeah. Watch Eternal Affairs. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah, there was all the controversy that he ripped off that movie. Yeah, I remember there was that too. I'm probably the one weird guy who loves The Last Temptation with of Chris, the most out of. Oh wow, I don't even think I've seen that one. Last Temptation of Christ. I know you said Chris, but Christ. I don't even think I've seen that, to be honest. I need to check it out. Untouchables, LA Confidential. When it comes to if you can take a classic film but directed by another director, what kind of mixed up? Let's see. All right, if you take a classic film but directed by another director, what kind of mixed up would you like to see? Home Alone directed by Martin Scorsese. Oh, I'd rather have Home Alone directed by Chris Nolan. There'd be like some kind of crazy twist. I don't know. I'd rather do that. I like that idea. Yeah. Shutter Island. Yep. Shutter Island. That's right. Shutter Island's not bad. I mean, it's a good one too. I saw the twist coming though. I will say, like, I was like, I have a feeling I know this twist. I just kind of, but it's still it's like DiCaprio still knocks it out. Ruffalo's great. Yeah, it's still a great movie. So Major League. Yeah, Bull Durham. Don't sleep on Bull Durham either. That's a great movie. Bull Durham. Tim Robbins, Kevin Costner. About the Durham Bulls. Ooh. Ooh. I don't care. Shut it on. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know what? I mean, again, it's one of those that you don't think about. You don't think about it like right off the top of your head when you think Scorsese, but still good. It's got a good twist. I mean, I saw it coming just because I go into a movie and I'm like, what's the twist? And I was like, I have a feeling, but all the things that get wrapped up with the twist and how it unfolds, fantastic. Hey, there she is. What's going on, my gorgeous girl right here? Just doing the little Q&A thing, drinking some bourbon. Almost done. Like it was mentioned earlier this week, when it comes to the fantasy football family league that we're in, Miss Nighthawk and I are facing each other. We're competing our fantasy football league game. Teams are playing each other, so we still have to bet on something. We got to figure something out. About the. Just saw Batman gay video. Can't believe that dude. Yeah, that's right. He did tag the FBI. I'm telling you. Woo-wee. Yeah, that's crazy. That's right. It's really good. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Yeah, I've seen that. I just have not seen the movie. I missed that movie for some reason. Scorsese may be able to stand Mark Ruffalo. Well, I mean, Mark Ruffalo's had some good, he's done some good. What was that one movie about the child sex ring? It had Michael Keaton in it. You walk out of that movie feeling just like, wow, what the hell was that movie? It had Michael Keaton in it and everything. Zack Snyder directing the Barney movie. Yeah. I don't know about that one. What's going on, Maskashai? Good to see you. Oh, now you're talking. Zack Snyder directing. Ooh, there you go. That's better. Jose, I know. Ruffalo, I don't hate Ruffalo. I mean, obviously, we've soured on where his Hulk has gone to, but at the same time, it's like he's still done some good things in the past. I mean, he was in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which as much as I love Jim Carrey comedy movies, that's still one of my favorite Jim Carrey movies, even though it's not a comedy because it's just so well done. But yeah, Mark Ruffalo also in that. Happy Feet. I could see that after watching, what's it called? So Heat, Deep Cover, Hand That Rocks the Cradle were good. Yeah. Hand That Rocks the Cradle. Man, I remember watching that a long time ago. What's going on, Darkness? Man, Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I just never got into him. There you go. Bourbon and Coca-Cola. If you know, you know. I made a comment about that guy because of course he's in the scooping game, but the person that Stephanie T right here is referring to, I think he had didn't he have a scoop recently talking about like something, and I said, oh yeah, he'll remain nameless, but he always has like a smug look on his face and his hair is running away from his face. Oh, come on, Twitter, you fuck. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna start sending because I have one more drink left. So get your last remaining questions in before we get the panel going on right here. Okay, so I'm gonna start sending off some of this stuff here. Burp, burp, burp. Get some people in here. And let's see that one too. All right. Ooh, you just gave me some goosebumps, Phil. My God. Ooh, yeah. Well, let's face it. I mean, like Hitchcock was very ahead of his time, and Nolan has a sense of what. If you watch, I showed Miss Nighthawk Insomnia about like a couple months ago. I showed her that, and just like that, I mean, that movie. Not a lot of people talk about Christopher Nolan's Insomnia movie with Al Pacino, Robin Williams, Hilary Swank. Great movie. It's not like it's based off of a book, and man, I forgot how good that movie was. A lot of people don't talk about that, but man, Spotlight. Thank you. That's what that movie was with Ruffalo about the all the pedophilia happening with like the Catholic Church and all that shit. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Great movie, so well acted. And again, Ruffalo is great in that movie. Keaton's in that movie. I forgot who else is in that movie. I just remember those two. But I remember walking out of the movie theater just like, because they show you, like, you know, at the end, they show you all the unsolved cases and everything like that. And it just puts it just punches you in the gut. Speaking of crazy things, you see that, see the Batfleck account posted with Zelda. Somebody sent me a screenshot. You know what? I try to stay away from the crazy side of the holy shit. It's bases loaded. Diamondbacks up right now. Oh boy, 2 outs. Oh boy, here we go. Sorry, hold on a sec. Oh, we laid off that pitch. No, but yeah, I try to stay away from that. But yeah, somebody showed that. I mean, it's sad because I don't even consider these people this part of the Snyder fandom anymore. I don't. They're not part of the Snyder fandom. The Snyder fandom that I know and love and I'm a part of are not like that like this account right here, which of course they have me blocked because, you know. But yeah, the Make the Batfleck movie, it's like I just go back to the whole the hashtag bring back Zack Snyder, hashtag fire James Gunn, and I talk about how very fucking selfish those hashtags really are. They're very selfish. They're selfish hashtags because it's like, all right, Zack is building new universes over here. He's happy with Netflix and having a great time. Why would you want to bring him back? Oh, you want him back because you don't like, because you like his DC content. It's like, well, no, you should be supporting his original content. You should be doing that more than, and then of course, firing James Gunn, hashtag that. Because Zach wouldn't like that either. He would not support that 100%, would not support the firing of him. I'm not saying that they're like besties, but they are, they're at least acquaintances or they're mutuals or they're whatever the hell. He would not support that. When it comes to Make the Batfleck movie, same thing. It's like, shut the fuck up. Ben is also doing original things. He has a production company with his best friend. He just made a movie. He made a movie this year that was fantastic that who knows might get awards, even though it came out early of the year. But it's like he's going to be making more of that stuff. He's basically even stated like, I'm pretty much done here. So, but the fact that they still are clamoring for, they walked him. Oh, they walked in a run. It's 5-3. Ouch. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, those three hashtags, bring back Zach, fire James Gunn, and make the Batfleck movie are very selfish. And you shouldn't be. I mean, it's like, come on, man. Now you see me. Which one was that one? I'm trying to remember which one that one. Yes, Ruffalo and Zodiac. Again, he's done some good shit. So that's right. Ruffalo's in Collateral. He's been in so many things. It's like, yeah, I know. Ugh. That dude's smart guy. You're probably talking about the Batfleck thing. Yeah. Yeah, don't sleep on Collateral. Collateral is fucking awesome. You ever watched Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter? I haven't watched all the Harry Potters. I'm with you, Antonio. I'm not into the wizardy type of stuff, to be honest. I'm really not into that, so. But hey, I mean, it's not his fault, Jose. He wasn't in charge of the creative decisions. And I don't even know who we're talking about. Okay, so let's see what else we got. Any more questions here? There's still talks about making National Treasure 3 happen. Yeah, I mean, I like the first two ones. I mean, it's Nicolas Cage trying to, do some of that stuff. Damn, he laid off that pitch. Oof. Yeah. Are they going to? Oh, geez. Let's not talk about that. There's no Colin Kaepernick's in there. That guy's trying to get back in the NFL after saying the NFL is like slave labor or something like that. I love how people are still doing the Batfleck hashtag when it's up to Ben Affleck and no one else. Exactly. Again, these hashtags, again, these people they're not fans of these people. They just want their thing. And they think that since the Snyder Cut came out, they can, we can do anything by doing these events and stuff like that. It's like, no, the release of the Snyder Cut, that went into mainstream. Your hashtags are not. You couldn't get into Insomnia? Man, wow. See, and there you go. Yeah, at least you're not using the other ones. At least. So, but, I'm just saying, Zach would not support that lane. He'd probably be shame on you for even utilizing that. I'm just saying, if you're a Zack Snyder fan, But anyways, it's fine. Running Scared with Paul Walker. That's a good one. All right. Let's see. What else? Any other questions? Sheesh. Yeah. Yeah, RDJ was great in that too. It's just, it's David Fincher. What can he do? You got Jake Gyllenhaal in there too, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Yeah. No? Yeah. Yeah. I won't make you watch that. I won't make you watch that one, Nighthawk. I won't. Because I didn't get into them either, so. Got offers and refused. It's the only league that wants him. Yeah, nobody wants the guy. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. All right, guys. Last sip of bourbon right here. Thank you, guys. That was fun. I always say it's going to go like, half hour, 45 minutes, but it always goes longer. But let's go ahead and start bringing some people in to have some conversations here. All right. I got everything. All right. We're good. All right. We got Seek. What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not much. Just chilling. And then, of course, we got Phil right here, man.
What up? Hey, it's my Spider-Man friend.
Thwip, guys. What's going on? Whippies.
We were both streaming it earlier.
Yeah,
were you? Oh,
Yeah.
you guys are both playing it?
Yeah.
How far did you get, Seek?
I got to Martin Lee got taken away by Craven. So that's
Okay,
where
we're at the same spot.
Oh,
We're
cool,
at the same
awesome.
exact spot.
Cool. No spoilers.
No, none.
Yeah.
None from us. No.
Thanks for having us on, man.
I know.
don't do that
Always.
And thanks for hanging out, Phil. That was
Of course,
awesome
yeah.
seeing you in the
Yeah.
chat. Yeah.
Of course, man. Always support you guys. Every
You're the
time.
best.
I try to, anyway.
If I could kiss you on the mouth, I would.
Whoa, we just had a moment here.
That we did. We tend to.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like it. I know. I mean, I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I mean, when the first Spider-Man game came out, I almost pulled the trigger. I was like, I should get a console and I want to play this game so much. But I didn't, because I just know that I'll just dive into it and I won't get anything done, because that's where my mind, when it came to Arkham games, I would lose track of time.
Oh, yeah.
Like so I'm like, I can't right now. I just can't do it, But yeah, and then of course I'm seeing all the Spider-Man 2 stuff and I'm like, but
You don't even have a PS5, do you?
I don't have anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It was like when the first one came out, that was PS4, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. I remember going to Best Buy and staring at it, and going, should I do it? I was like, but I'm not going to get anything done. I can't. I'm just going to fall too much into it. And I didn't pull the trigger, but I was staring at it like, and I was like, nope, not going to do it. And
I know it's tough as an adult, but it's okay to let yourself have a little bit of fun.
True. I know. I got to remind myself of that sometimes, when I'm too busy with work. It's like, eesh, I got to relax, unplug and all that stuff. But I don't know, eventually I'll get back into that. But yeah, if I like I said, with the Arkham games, I mean, I remember I just fell into those and I'd be like, wait, 6 hours just went by? Holy shit. I'm like, what? So, yeah, that's the only bad part. But anyways, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Both coming off of Spider-Man 2. We put.
I know. Yeah, you guys are on a Spider-Man 2 buzz right now. So, yeah. And then, hide your kids, hide your wives, and everybody. We got Saggy joining.
Hey,
oh.
Why are we hiding everyone from me?
I don't know.
It's scary.
Yeah. Well,
me?
Yeah.
Me?
I didn't say it.
I'm harmless.
Tell that to RJ.
No, I'm sweet like sugar, honey.
Oh. Know about that.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Saggy.
Good to see you. I always like seeing Phil. I don't like seeing Dave though. To hell with Dave.
Of course. Thank you.
Dave's a bully, man.
Oh,
No.
yeah, that's it. Nah.
It's okay. Me and Phil are vaping. You can't see me, but I'm also vaping. You'll hear me hit that a few times.
Do you have a mod or do you just have a Jewel bod or something like that?
It's a what is this? A views.
Views. There we go. Yeah.
I like my views.
Yeah, I think the flavor I have is blueberry limeade.
Yeah, we don't get flavors here. They banned them.
Oh, that sucks. I actually have to drive to another county just to get my fucking.
That's right. They did all that stuff too.
Yeah, they did. Thanks, Newsom.
Yep.
Yeah. I know. It's like, wait a minute, you're banning because they're oh yeah, because kids. It's like, what about all the people that are trying to give up smoking?
What about the Swedish fish vodka they sell at liquor stores?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Swedish fish? What?
Yeah, Swedish fish liquor. The Swedish fish vodka. I forget which one makes it. I think it's not Smirnoff. It's something. Yeah. I forget which one it is, but they have Swedish fish vodka. They have cotton candy vodka.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Like who was that for?
But you know what it is. And I'm not
fish eaters.
Yeah. But you know what it is? And I'll be conspiracy theorist here. It's tobacco. It's big tobacco that's doing it. They want you to smoke cigarettes, so they're trying to ban all that. They do that whole thing. That's my theory. I don't know. It's just the fact that it's like because it's proven. It's like, okay, is vape like 100% healthy for you? No, but a lot of things aren't, obviously. But it's way better than cigarettes. And it helps people get off cigarettes. It's water vapor. It's nicotine, and it's not tobacco. It's like, I think it's big tobacco. That's
since this is the film junkie. Netflix actually just dropped a documentary on the rise and fall of Jewel, which is actually interesting.
Ooh, interesting.
It actually is an interesting watch. Yeah, it tells you all about how they came out to be and how they started off being worth a lot of money, and now like 5% of what they were worth. Now they're not worth crap.
Yeah, you got some chocolate lava cake too.
Ooh,
I you know about the.
She remembers. She remembers.
See, now chocolate lava cake is not an innuendo, guys, but it might be. It might be.
It almost kind of sounds like it. Almost kind of sounds like it a little bit.
Well, when she typed it, I read it like that. I'm just like, chocolate lava cake.
No, because I think like one of the when you were talking about that a few times ago, she remembers. Sounds yummy.
I was eating chocolate lava cake that night, and it was amazing.
I'm sure it was.
Also.
Yes,
but
anyways, I'll have to check out that doc because that's interesting. Have you watched it, or is it like?
Yeah, no, I watched it. I've been watching a lot of Netflix before they raise the prices, and I decide whether I want to cancel it. I don't know. Well, I don't know how that's going to affect people who have Netflix that's part of their phone plan or whatever services they have where Netflix is included. I don't know if that's going to change, if they're going to pay for that, because like I have T-Mobile, for example. T-Mobile plans, you get Netflix for free. So is that going to affect that?
Good question. Premium is what, $23 or something like that now?
23, yeah, $22.99.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. These prices keep going up, and yet they still can't pay people. It's all a shit show. It really is.
Guys, maybe they're increasing money so they can have enough money to buy a certain IP.
Oh.
It's all part of the plan, guys.
Here's the bear, and here's Saggy poking that bear.
Well, that's what I do, Phil.
Of course.
That's what
you do best.
And I know you did a stream earlier today talking about that stuff, didn't you?
Oh, of course I did.
Because somebody just brought it up before everybody came on that there's like some kind of event, and they're trying to like get the make the Batfleck movie, which again, I mean, it just frustrates me because it's like, I mean, literally, it's like what I want to do is just send them that interview with Ben when he mentioned that he gave that script to a trusted friend, and we're all going to assume that it's Matt Damon. Or it's his brother, Casey. And he said, yeah, if you make this movie, it'll kill you. And it was like, so we took that to heart, and it was like, hey, yeah, he's right. It's like, I just want to send that to, like, are you assholes did you not hear this? Did you not hear this? I mean, it's not like, and he's in such a good spot. Do you think he wants to actually try to attempt to do that? No. And it's just sad that they still try to push that. And it's like, yes, I want to see it too, but you guys are selfish, completely selfish.
Well, it's getting to the point now. It's like, well, guys, let's get hundreds and hundreds of y'all to just start harassing people. Yeah. Like, let's write them letters that they're probably not going to read. They're probably going to read one and be like, oh, this is what this is about. Let's start the furnace. Hey, remember the furnace where we throw our bad movies in once they're done? Like the Flash went in there. I'm just kidding. I like the Flash, but I'm just, You know the furnace where we burn all the films that flopped. We also tossed in Dwayne The Rock Johnson with Black Adam, in the furnace.
Yeah.
I think even like going back to his comments at Full Circle, when someone asked him about the villains in the Batman movie, the way he answered the question was pretty straightforward. He was like, I only was kind of trying to focus on the one, but even then, he didn't really want to answer a question about a movie he wasn't ultimately going to make. So, to Dave's point, it's super selfish, and it's like, I don't understand why so many people just have to grasp onto things that are clearly not happening anytime soon, if at all, for that matter. And it's just, again, super selfish.
Well, I've explained it many times. We know what it is. Like, we know what it is. It's the attention. Mm-hmm. It's all about attention. And how many Twitter accounts have grown to like 20,000 followers for the first movement? For the first one. The one that got the cut out, They've
made their identities on Twitter around certain things, so they have to like grasp onto it. And I mean, the account is literally make the Batfleck film, so it's like they have to continue to grasp. It's almost like does this person who's running it do they even care, or they just care about their account still holding on to their followers?
Well, that's why I have respect for a perfect example. The Flash Film News Twitter account, because if you actually follow that account, even though it started with mostly Flash news, they do post other stuff involving DC and other things. So it's like they don't like focus. Now that the Flash movie's out, they're still called Flash Film News on Twitter, but they now talk about other things. And once in a while, if there's any news, even small, related to the Flash, they'll put it out there. But they don't limit themselves, which is why they stay interesting and they still get traction.
Yeah, I know. And I'm hoping that maybe we'll get that Batfleck story, that script. Somehow that story comes out. I mean, I'm telling you, there is something, I keep on saying it time and time again. There's DC Comics is like, what are you doing? Why are you, obviously we have the Superman 78 series that came out. We have the Batman 89 series that's coming out. What's preventing them from doing any kind of Snyderverse stuff? Or, we could probably see some of these stories end up playing out in different mediums, but it's not going to be live action. It's like, we got to get that out of your head. That's not going to be live action, but we can get it in some other form. And I'd be perfectly okay with that, of course. Well, I can't say that.
The most important thing that everyone likes to just gloss over or could just completely ignore is Ben Affleck don't want to do it.
Right.
Yeah. He was down. Apparently he was like down to be like, hey, I'll show up, do some shit, and then that's it. I don't want to be the star. And that's, that's the thing. It's like he's too busy. But I think, he loves the character so much. So it's the fact that it's like, because I remember like some scoopers out there said, yeah, he was fully about to just like, he was all about coming back as fully engaged or whatever the hell, coming back as Batman. I'm like, no, he wasn't. He was okay with like, if stuff continues and I could just shoot for a couple of weeks, maybe, do a quick thing.
Cameo.
Sure. Yeah. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
But he literally said that he doesn't want to like do like these kind of projects because it takes him away from his kids from long periods of time. And, it's just, and obviously, it's, takes him away from J-Lo.
Right. It takes him away from his family. And also, again, I've said this before and people are just like, well, yeah, but he still likes to act like, but he also started his career as a writer. And a director. He likes to create, and that's what he's doing now with Matt Damon. Like they reunited to get the team back together, and that's his focus. So, like, hashtag leave Ben Affleck alone.
For real.
Seriously. I mean, like, Air was just fucking fantastic. That movie is such a feel-good movie, such a great movie. I hope it gets some awards recognition. I don't know if it will because it came out so early, and everything's all weird with that because award season. We're about to get into like I guess you could say we're starting it this weekend. Killers of the Flower Moon is like, that's like, okay, we're getting into the thick of here comes the movies that are going to be nominated for all these awards. I always hate that though. I'm like, but I did like the fact that Everything Everywhere All at Once came out like in like March of whatever the hell, and then it just like won like everything, which was great. So hopefully Air gets that recognition, even though it came out in like February or whatever the hell, March.
What do you mean? It's not a superhero movie. No one gives a crap about Air.
April 5th.
Well,
who cares about Air? It doesn't have Superman or Batman. Like what?
Oh, it has Batman. It has Batman with a crazy hairdo and a beard. Yeah.
His turn as Phil Knight in that movie was so good. I love that. Dude. It was so good. Just so good. And like to piggyback off your point, like he was totally fine with being the Justice League Batman. He didn't want a solo Bat story that to just dive in, 6 to 9 weeks of shooting. No, he was totally fine with being the Justice League Batman who comes in and says, "Hey, Aquaman, how you doing?" or whatever. It's like, that's the kind of Batman he was willing to play. And I've put to rest that he's not going to do a solo Batman film, despite how badly any of us on here would want to see something like that happen, But even still, like, his turn as Batman is arguably the best, if not one of the best. So,
he's my favorite Batman for sure.
I see someone commenting about Ben Affleck coming back to DC if the leadership was more welcoming and he could make his own. It didn't get more welcoming than when James Gunn literally said, we're gonna talk to Ben about writing something, and Ben was like, "Nope." Right? Ben was like, "I mean, thanks for the offer, but I don't like. This is not my style." And he basically politely declined, and it wasn't because, and everyone kind of made that a huge deal. Like, oh, Ben Affleck told James Gunn no. It's like, no, Ben Affleck said, I see the direction you're taking with this reboot, and that's not a type of story that I'm interested in telling. So no, I
like Dead Robins is what he said.
Yeah. All right. Well, Ben will come back. Right. Ben will come back if they allow Ben to write a story how he wants it to. And if they won't, then he's not going to go back. But like I said, he's very happy doing what he's doing. And I wish that fans would start respecting that and start understanding that actors and directors never limit themselves to one project. That's why you have them do multiple projects. Zach, I'm sorry to break it to you guys, but hey, before the Justice League, before the DC stuff that Zack Snyder did, there were movies before that, right? Zack directed stuff before that, and that's how he got the job.
Exactly.
So and then when he did that, guess what he's doing over on Netflix? So it's like, I understand being a fan of Zack and wanting him to write stuff that you guys want to see because you liked it, but sorry, Zack wants creative freedom. He's getting that at Netflix. Be happy for the man. Stop making his identity be about
See, that's just funny right there because it sounds like Air cut, but it's Air. Yeah. Good job. Good singer right there. And when I saw that, I just laughed
I got 2 shows, ladies and gentlemen, Friday and Saturday night.
Yeah.
Seek got jokes.
Oh, yeah. Seek always got jokes. He's always got zingers. That's why I love when he comes on here. He's always got the zingers going on.
I need to have Seek
hashtag let Ben cook.
All right. I need to have him on my channel so while I'm yelling and screaming and doing drama, he could just bust a joke in between to lighten the mood.
I would, because I'm the worst. This whole conversation, I in my head the whole time you guys are talking, I just go, "Who gives a fuck?"
Yeah.
I don't. When people get when those type of fans get "Oh, we do this. This is our account. This is our identity. This is," and I'm just like, I don't care. And when there's drama, like I'm like, I don't care. Like I love Phil because I'll see Phil get into it with people on Twitter, and I just go, why do you give a fuck? What? Like I know it doesn't. I know he doesn't.
Sometimes it's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah, I get it.
Sometimes it's fun.
You don't know me and Phil's history. Let me tell you, when me and Phil first met, do you want to?
Yeah,
is it okay
please.
if I tell the story, Phil?
Yeah,
Go ahead and
Okay.
recap it, Sag.
So I remember me and Phil got into it, and I did a live stream about it. And he actually showed up in the chat, and we had a little back and forth. So I sent him a link. I privated it afterwards because after we made up, I was like, all right, we could squash that. We could get rid of that. But man, I will say I had nothing but respect for him after that, because like most of the time when people talk trash on the internet and you say, come on the show, say it to my face. I can tell you, and Phil can attest this man made me I was on camera. This man made me get out of my chair, screaming into my camera like a psycho.
Yeah.
Okay. We got into it bad, and then later on we became friends.
It's true.
It's funny because when I see his account, sometimes I feel like that. It's like I feel like either this is how he makes friends, is by pushing people's buttons, which is great because I have friends like that too. I go, or he likes riling people up, I think.
It's a little bit of both.
And then I think sometimes you'll see someone post something that is just purely hateful, and you want to stand up for, like for your side of the opinion or whatever. And so I'm bad like in debates and stuff, because when I debate, if I debate people on the few chance I have, they're just like, they'll tell me, and I go, oh, cool. And they're like, do you have a rebuttal or anything? I go, oh no, I just don't give a fuck. That's cool that's your opinion, and that's awesome. But I don't fight people on who the better Spider-Man is or who the better Batman is, like, or any of that stuff. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I just not because all of us are right on some level. If your favorite Batman is one and mine's the other, I said this on your show a million times. Like, we need that. So like, we kind of need each other for characters to coexist and live a long period of time, and we need new adaptations. And I get mad when, like, that's the only time I get a little upset, was I'm like, dude, okay, we got that version, but we don't have it anymore. So you gotta just be ready for the next version. Doesn't mean you have to love it, or hate it or whatever. You could be indifferent on it. You need to embrace that things change with these characters, and some things will be like, I heard earlier you said something about someone suing Matt Reeves. I'm like, I've written a Spider-Man script. It had for Spider-Man 4 for Sam Raimi, and it had Kraven, Lizard, and the symbiote strand that Dr. Connors had at the end of 3, all in that movie. Am I mad at Insomniac for having all 3 of those things in their game? No, because we all pull from the same stuff.
Exactly. I mean, that's why the lawsuit was so ridiculous. And I was like, why is that even like coming back around? Because that was like I think it was like a year ago, or maybe over a year ago. I don't even know how long ago it was. But like, if you read his pitch, it is just a Batman story that is taken from other Batman stories. And that's what happens. It's like, and I even made the joke in my video. I'm like, didn't he just rip off A Long Halloween? It's like he took elements of a Batman story, and just like Zach pulled elements from Dark Knight Returns and Superman, Death of Superman, and just elements from different things too. It's like
John Byrne, like the John Byrne Superman, it's like, and that's what made me accept, like, I'm not accept, but because I clash with some of the decisions made in the Snyder films, but after I saw them, my friend was like, you should really reread the John Byrne era. And I said, I should, because I feel like he pulled from that. And then when I reread it, I go, you know what? I never accused him of not pulling from the comics. I see people do that all the time. Like, oh, he doesn't understand the comics. I'm like, no, I think in order to do an interpretation of a character, you have to know something about them. And so to me, I'll never accuse Zach of that ever. Like he just had a vision for a certain type of story. And that's the thing, is like, we could all be so lucky to have a director who cares as much. Like, clearly the people who direct like Ant-Man, they don't have a vision for like what they want to tell.
Hot take.
And it's like, and that's, and to me, it's like, there's someone who shows up, they do their job, they like working with the actors they work with, and they're professional and they do their thing. That's great. That we could also be so lucky to have that. But to me, like, that's not someone with a vision of like where they want to go with stuff. They might have ideas, but they're not and that has nothing to do with how you shoot things. It's just it's the whole package, right? Who you get to work with you, how you execute things. And I think, like, even though I don't like some of Zack's takes, he clearly stuck to his guns and had a vision. And it's like, well, that's hard to do in a $100 million, $200 million, budget movie. You don't get that a lot. So
no, you're absolutely, and that's what I love about your take when it comes to that, because we've always talked about that because you never really were like about that, but you were always about like him having that take. And then, goddamn you, Seek, for reminding me that there was once an Edgar Wright Ant-Man movie, and I'm like,
yeah.
I just want to say that this was a very interesting transition, because this whole conversation started with Seek pointing out that Phil was an internet thug, and then it turned into this whole conversation. I'm just sitting here and all like, we started this talk about drama and Phil being a thug and telling the story about Phil being a thug, and then all of a sudden it's like, so about the Batman and Zack Snyder's vision. I love that. But I was gonna say, I agree with what you say. I think the thing is, I think, because I'm reading the chat too, and I'm like, listen, I don't know how many times I say this, like, guys, you do understand, like, it's okay to like different directors' interpretations of franchise stories. Like, it's okay to have people who like Robert Pattinson as Batman over Ben Affleck. It's okay for people like Ben Affleck's Batman over Robert Pattinson. Like, there are so many, like, I can see if it was like a first time we saw Batman, but we've had so many actors, so many different directors doing all these characters, Superman and Batman in particular, that it's like, there's no reason for us to even fight over it. Like, it's okay to like different actors in different roles. It's okay to not like actors in different roles and not like the directors. Like, there are people, I know it's a shock, there are people who don't like Zack Snyder's movies at all. I know, amazing. That's the truth. But it's like, oh, it's okay, because you don't have to not like it because some random person on the internet, bubblebutt92753 on Twitter, hated Zack Snyder. I'm sorry, Zeke.
That's my burner account.
I'm sorry that Bubblebutt did not like Zack Snyder's Justice League, but that doesn't mean you can't.
Well, and that's another thing too, is like the fact that it's like I always, when I see people go like, obviously they talk about like what they like, they're like, oh, nothing will ever be as good as this. And I'm like, well, that's kind of sucks if you think that nothing is ever going to be good at this. It's like, I get it. Like, okay, obviously when it comes to, costumes or actors that play the role and that people love, which of course I love the Snyderverse stuff, I love the costumes, love the actors, love everything. But when I see other people just kind of go like, hey, nothing will ever match this, I'm like, well, that kind of sucks, because I hope that somebody else does a better job. Like, I'm always about the next thing, like, impress me. Like when it came to Robert Pattinson, I went, huh? I went, what, that guy? But when I watched it, I was like, holy shit, that's good stuff. Is it my favorite Batman? No. Is it my favorite Batman movie? No. But I appreciated what Matt Reeves did. It was a different take. It was a different style. And I still appreciated that. So I'm always looking forward to the next director, the next creator to do something different with the iteration.
You're gonna have hits and misses. And I will say, the Bang, I see your comment. Like, it is okay for you to say so-and-so is the best adaptation, but that's like, to you, that's the best adaptation for you, what you like. Because everybody has their preferences and their ideas of what makes Batman or Superman their favorite. Like, for me, I've gotten into arguments with a lot of people on it. There are friends of mine who don't like Superman being dark and relatable. They want him to be the all-American superhero. And it's like, for me, I like Superman dark stories because I'm tired. I get bored with the whole, I'm a good boy, I don't kill. It's like, no, I want to see my Superman have human emotions because he was raised on Earth, having to struggle. Like, that's why I think Superman and Lois did so well, because we finally saw Superman be a father. And at first it annoyed me, like, oh god, this is Superman at his retirement having to be a dad and raise some kids and have to deal with the teenage bull crap. But it worked because you actually could relate to him, not just as Superman, but a father, a husband. His wife got cancer. Like, like those types of things make a good story for me, and he can still be Superman, So it's like, these things are very subjective, but we find ourselves in this bubble, especially online, where people feel like they're more entitled to their opinions on these characters than anyone else. Like, no, that's not true. You are
Batman
all
on film. Sorry.
You're all entitled to love something or hate something and discuss it without making it personal, because it's not. It's not. Then listen, these superheroes ain't paying your bills, guys. You're paying theirs. Okay.
I heard, I think it was like Pete Tomasi or someone, he was on a panel. They were talking about who's everyone's favorite Green Lantern when he was writing Green Lantern Corps. And he said something like, he goes, I think if Jon Stewart, Kyle Rayner, and Hal Jordan were all real guys and you're hanging out in a bar with them and you were arguing over which one of them was the coolest, they would probably all knock you out.
Probably.
and he goes, because to them, it's, they don't see themselves as in competition with each other. It's like, what's cool about fictional characters is that they're, especially DC characters, that's what I always like about them, is that they're kind of like what we strive to be. They're sometimes their morals are a little bit more concrete than ours. Sometimes their goals are a little bit more focused than ours, and they enter this icon legend status as even above superhero a little bit at times, not always, but they have their faults. But what I like about them is that like they aren't competing against one another. They're trying to be the best version of themselves, and that's kind of what I've always taken away from comics is like, Wally's not trying to be better than Barry. After Barry died, Wally wasn't trying to be better than Barry. He was trying to fill the suit. He wanted to be a good Flash.
Was he not
and I thought Wally turned out to be, he's my favorite Flash.
He is. When I started collecting Flash comic books, it was Wally during the time.
But sucked. In the beginning, he sucked. Right after Barry died, he sucked. I hated Wally. Right after Crisis, I was like, F this kid. He's a dick. He doesn't know what he wants. But that's the growing pains. Yes. And then he found his way. And once he earned it, I was like, dude, I love this guy, man. Like he went through the ringer, but they didn't Jason Todd him. He came out the other side and he's still running. And I love that. And so to me, and then his friendship with Kyle is just awesome. It's up there with Hal Jordan and Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. Like, so sorry, I nerd out with this stuff.
I'm just laughing. I'm sorry for laughing because I'm just like, I don't know if you heard me, but I was like, this isn't my show. I just tried to highlight a comment.
Did you really?
Yes, I just tried to highlight a comment. I was like, wait, this isn't my show.
Oh, what comment were you looking at? Yeah, we'll highlight it.
I was looking at Bennett's comment.
Wait,
who? I tried to highlight it.
This one right here?
Bennett.
No, not Ben. Hi, Ben. Love you, but Bennett. I tried to highlight his
Ben a minute.
Bennett. No, Bennett.
Oh, Bennett. This one right here?
Yes, and I went to go highlight it. I was like, wait, why isn't it working? I'm like, oh, because it's not my channel. I'm in YouTuber brain mode.
Yes, I know it happens. I know. There's been times where I've been on other, streams too, and I'm like, oh man, like I have no control. Yeah,
I'm crying because I'm like, I can't believe I just did this. I think it's because I came here right after a stream I did, and I'm like, I'm still thinking I'm on my channel. Oh my god,
and that's Aquaman, with the exception of Batman and Joker. It just seems like DC has been in a really tough. Oh yeah, I mean, it has. I mean, both Marvel and DC right now are just struggling. I mean, obviously DC's been struggling. They've been trying to, obviously find their stuff. I mean, obviously when it came to the Snyder Cut coming out, that was like this crazy pop culture event thing that happened, and then of course Restore the Snyderverse, people tweeted the shit out of that. It just it was something just phenomenal, but then it was just like, all right, and then it was just done, and and then we weren't like going, okay, we're like, how, where's this gonna go? But yeah, right now, I mean, both are just trying to find footing again, and I mean, that's the thing, is like Marvel, I mean, I think Marvel is killing it with Loki. I mean, the first two episodes, I was like, This is what's working right here. Is Loki. Loki needs to be part of whatever the fuck is happening. I mean, Tom Hiddleston has always been likable, even though he's been a villain. But the growth, the development of Loki from when we first saw him to where he is now, Jesus Christ, has it been just like a crazy, great story that they've. And I can't wait to watch the new episode. But that's just what's working the most when it comes to what Marvel's working on right now, at least. And I hope Loki's like going to be part of like a lot more things. We'll see.
That wasn't the comment I was trying to highlight. And Bennett, I wasn't laughing at your comment. I was laughing at the fact that I thought I was on my YouTube channel trying to highlight it. That's what I was laughing at. I just was realizing how dumb I was. But the comment I was talking about was what he was saying about yeah, no, not that. It was where was it? Oh, it was so far back because I was like trying to highlight
it wasn't that comment?
No, it was something about do you think that clamoring for Zack to return to DC would be so high if, say, the past 5 DCEU films had been more financially successful? And I was gonna respond to that. I'm like, I think that they always were planning on rebooting regardless at some point, because there was only like, I know Zack was supposed to do a few films, but I think because they were planning on selling the company, they didn't want to spend the money to continue it. I think it was more so they were trying to sell it, so they weren't going to spend money when they were trying to sell it off to another company. And they wanted to move on to the next properties to kind of say, hey, these new movies are going to do really well. So you're going to get our company and these movies are going to make you money. And that's how they sold it to Discovery, which is why they just said, well, we're not going to spend all this money on continuing Zack stuff when we already had this money sunk into these other projects. So I think that's why they didn't continue it. But I've said this to you fans that really want Zack Snyder to finish his stuff. The best chances you have, and this is a long shot, money. Yeah. If you guys really want it, raise the money that it would cost them to pay Zack to finish his films. And they might actually be interested in letting him do it, because if you guys are funding it and they don't have to, they will 100%. What? We don't have to pay Zack? Oh, we don't have to do it? We'll give him the rights to make it. No. I've said this. You guys want it to happen. Put your money where your mouth is. Raise the money. GoFundMes. Do Kickstarter. Say, hey, we want to raise the money.
Go fund me a Justice League movie for Zack Snyder to direct. That sounds like a scam.
$250 million.
Yeah.
But here's of course. I mean,
that's just for part 2.
Don't get me wrong. That's sketchy because who's going to hold that money? But I'm saying, if they were to say, hey, DC, listen, Zaslav, we'll find a way. We'll give you the money. We will give you the money. How much do you need to get Zack to come back? Give us a number.
Zaslav's not a human being.
If you raise this number, and you gave it, we'll give it to you. You set up the thing. We'll give it to you. Yeah. If y'all proposition David Zaslav, listen, if y'all came to me, it's like, Zaggy, make Zack come back. Y'all gotta put up the money then. Put that money up. I'll do it. We'll do it. If y'all want to pay for it, then pay for it.
And see, that's the thing is, like, when it came to release the Snyder Cut,
Zack, you have no say in this, by the way.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You're raising the money, you better do it.
Yeah. When the money raises, you got to stop what you're doing and you got to direct this.
Yep, that was Rebel Moon.
Yeah, stop the whole Rebel Moon and
stop Army of the Dead
universe. No. It's just, it's fuck. Where was I going with that? I totally forgot. But yeah, no. It's like. Yeah, I totally blanked.
Sorry, dude.
I think to your point,
glad we made you totally so you had no point.
The point you made earlier about that story continuing in a different medium, I think is absolutely plausible. I mean, look at Batman 89. It's getting a continuation from a continuation that's taking inspiration from another another not utilized Batman story, Batman Triumphant, Batman Unchained, whatever, because the main villains of that new book, Batman 89 Echoes, are Harley Quinn, who looks to be the daughter of the Joker from Jack Nicholson, and of course, Scarecrow. So it's like, yes, that is great. Do that. Do more of that. Do more of that with other DC films. Hell, I want to see a Catwoman book. Just kidding. But no,
I'd still buy it.
But seriously, I would, just for the novelty and just to own it. But no, really, I do think that it's very plausible to have that in the back. I think Jim Lee, if he's still head of DC Comics in the next 5-10 years, I think that's his, like, you know how Kevin Feige is kind of holding out till Secret Wars. I think if Jim Lee wanted to, like, kind of go out with a bang, he'd be like, yeah, you know what? To hell with it. Well, Snyderverse continued.
They just announced a relaunch of Elseworlds. So
they did. You're right.
So that could be step 1 of something like that. You never know.
Hold on, guys. Y'all smell that?
Mm.
I smell an anti-woke person in the chat.
Uh-oh.
I saw their comments.
What'd they say?
I smell you, Nate's memes. I smell you.
You can't even spell Kevin Feige's name right. Why even bother paying attention to it?
How do you spell that?
Feig.
I'm just kidding.
I will do this response to that as the everything demographic of everything woke, because that's me. I'm that person. I'm a black woman. I'm a woman. I'm pansexual, so I'm part of the LGBTQ community. So as far as the wokeness,
It's all right.
Like,
I'm a lesbian. I like women. I dress in men's clothes.
everything's except the transgender. But listen, there is messages that will always be in entertainment. They've been there. Like, wokeness has been woke before y'all even came up with the term woke. Okay, go back to the 90s. Go back to the 80s. Okay, you couldn't find a cartoon back in the 70s or 80s, a kid's cartoons that didn't have every single race. Hello, Magic School Bus. There was a black kid, an Asian girl, you know.
Oh yeah, Miss. What was her name? Miss
Frizzle.
Drizzle.
Drizzle.
Miss
Frizzle.
Frizzle. I said Frizzle.
Right.
Yeah, I turned into Snoop Dogg right there for Drizzle.
Right. For decades, guys, there have always been agendas. There's always been inclusive characters. You know, Captain Planet. Hello.
Oh
Captain
my God.
Planet. The Indian guy.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, like,
fucking Power Rangers.
Yeah, Power Rangers. Even though they made the black guy, the Black Ranger, the Asian girl, the yellow, that was a little like on the nose. But
I was speaking more towards the later seasons. But you're not
that Key and Peele skit when they did that was awesome.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, the only thing they didn't have back then was gay and transgender characters, really, because it was taboo. And when those characters were there, it was controversial. That was the point. It was meant to be controversial for the purpose of, hey, we want you to hate watch this because we have a gay kiss, guys. And it did. It worked. It worked. So when you got anti-woke people are always saying, well, these guys pushing their agenda. Well, I hate to burst your little bubbles, but if you haven't been paying attention for the last 30 decades or so, they've always done that. The difference is now you're noticing it more because they're including things that you don't like. You don't like seeing gay guys kiss. Just admit you don't like that, and it's fine. But it's not being a woke agenda all the time, guys. Sometimes I see it, and sometimes like we don't need to emphasize the fact that the character is gay. We don't have to make sure we hear the gay character's struggles. You know, they can just be gay. The kid can have gay parents, and we don't have to talk about
That's what I was saying. I was like, you know what? Like, long as you're not like punching you in the face with it, like, hey, you better like this, you better do this, you do that. It's like, no, I don't care. Like, when it comes to this whole Rebel Moon, and I guess we could go right into it. It's like when it comes to the Rebel Moon comic book covers that were released, and obviously we have like a non-binary character or whatever, and we got like a trans person, I guess, that's like writing, and I'm like, all right, fine, I don't give a shit. Just I hope it's just good. That's all I want. I just want a good story. I don't care about this, that, or this. I'm like, cool. I'm happy for you, but hey, I just want a good story.
I'm just wondering where all this anti-woke stuff was for anime, because Japan's been woke before. Japan's been woke way before. Men dressed up as women back in feudal Japan.
Yeah.
So it's been around. And that's the thing. It's like, and it's funny because I was listening to a podcast and they even brought up this too, like back in like the 80s and, stuff like that, where I forgot, damn it. I wish I remember what it was, but they brought up, yeah, like this shit's been around. It's just like, we just know it, but it's almost like this whole thing. It's like, we just cycle through and we just go through it again and again and again. But now that we have social media and everything's like interfaces like 24/7, now it's just like, and then of course now we got people who want to just, obviously they make money off of just pushing it in your face like crazy. And then you got the opposite side that want to rally against it. So they make like 17 videos that are, about this and, and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's such a weird time that we live in right now.
I mean, it is, but like I said, it's like when I see people talk about agendas, I'm like, X-Men was all about racism.
Yes.
It was all
about many
racism.
things. It's about many things. It's like you can interpret that as a bunch of different things. But yeah, racism, sexism, you just teenagers who felt like outcasts, which was who the book was kind of marketed to anyway. Same with Teen Titans. That's why those two books were the number 1 sellers in the 80s, was because the message rang in the core audience of readers. I always show people like that cover of the giant size X-Men '1, where the only white guy jumping out, or the two only white guys, one's Canadian, one's from Ireland, and there's like a Native American guy, and you got Storm on there and Nightcrawler, and I'm just like if that cover, when they released an X-Men team that had mostly people of like different ethnicities and backgrounds, and people were like, oh, more woke trash from Marvel. I'm like, that is no different than Giant Size X-Men #1. Like that came out 40 years ago. Like it's literally the same thing. But I get that so I think what sometimes, at least in my opinion, when people tie those two things together, because we talk about it on the Venom vlog, you know, we get comics, Spider-Man stuff where people go, oh, this is woke or that's woke. And what I noticed the correlation is when you just have like a writer who's not good at threading the message in without, you know, like Dave said, without hitting you in the face with it, they're still learning as writers, right? They haven't gotten to the point where they can hide a message in there that's like subtle enough for you to pick up on, but not in your face enough for you to feel like you're being preached to. There's a very thin line, and a lot of writers that are writing comics now are starting off, you know, and so a lot of the older guys, unfortunately, they're getting too sick, they're passing away, you know, rest in peace, Keith Giffen, and a lot of the people we lost in comics recently. It's like some of these guys aren't around anymore, so we have this new generation coming in, and they need to find their voice. And unfortunately, they're finding their voice on some of our favorite characters. So it's frustrating. We're like, learn to write Batman now, please. You know, learn to write Green Lantern now.
Well,
or a perfect example, like Zeb Wells in Spider-Man. People are ripping that dude apart.
Yeah. And he's a good writer. I like him as a writer. I'm not loving his Spider-Man stuff, but I'm also like, I also when
you don't go out of your way to avidly hate it.
No, well, here's the thing. I've been reading comics for like 40 years, whether I remember all those years or not. My process is if I get to a book and I'm like, okay, here's the new writer, I'm going to check it out. If I don't like it, I just stop reading the book and I go find something I do like. Like I saw someone in the comments earlier say all modern comics suck. And I'm like, then you don't read anything because there's definitely something like movies. There's something out there for you. You just gotta go through and look. And sometimes it takes work. And so I just say start with your favorite characters and some of your favorite writers and go from there. See,
I get so tired of seeing the term most, like I see this most woke writers, and I'm sitting here like, guys, you gotta stop and understand what's happening. Okay. Again, when it comes to these characters, right? And I only partially disagree with Seek because I don't think it's that the writers are doing it because they're not experienced. I think what it is that these characters have existed for a very long time.
Yeah.
And they've established a fan base already. What they need to do, because the generation's getting old, and when we were all kids, that's when these comic book characters, these superheroes, really got the fan bases when we were kids, when we were young. You know, we all like looked up to these superheroes. We looked up to these characters and we loved them. But now we're older. Yes, we can still love them, but they're making these things for the new generation, and they're wanting to get new fans. And what are they thinking? Well, we want the gays to like Superman.
Yes.
So what do we want to get the gays to like Superman?
They've always.
We're gonna have Superman's son be gay.
I know. Have you seen his bulge? I mean, come on.
I mean, but we want to make these fans feel more relatable because these superheroes were created to be somewhat relatable. Like their superpowers are superheroes. Anyone can be a superhero. Anyone can be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But Spider-Man's not gay. Spider-Man's not black. So how do we have to get the blacks to like Spider-Man? Well,
glad you're speaking right now. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned.
And here's the thing: if you guys look at Miles Morales' character, he's half black, half Latino.
Hispanic, yeah.
But he has
he checks off 2 boxes, which is great.
But primarily, if you look at the Spider-Man 2 game.
He's a likable
character. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not the Spider-Man 2 game, the Miles Morales game. I meant the Miles Morales game.
Gotcha.
If you played that game, that entire game is nothing but catered to black people. Okay, he does music. He listens to hip hop. He lives in urbans. There's hoods. You know, there's gang violence. Like that is a character that's catered to the black demographic, and that's literally what they're doing. So it's like it's not necessarily just being woke. It's more like they're trying to get other communities to be invested in these characters that everyone else is.
I think also it's also kind of about embracing that culture because they want to be true to who that charker is as well.
And that's it. It's a culture thing. I love what Denzel Washington did that in an interview once where he was where he was talking about, he was like, so-and-so directed this movie. And then, you know, if you had like, who was it? It was like Schindler's List. I think he was using it as a comparison.
Yeah. Talking about Spielberg. Yeah.
He was like, so Spielberg could probably do this movie that's about, you know, black history and culture, and this director could do Schindler's List. But because those directors understand things on a cultural level, they're able to tell a story that is maybe targeted in some way to represent something honestly, as honest as they can for the people who it will connect with, but also bring in a wider audience.
Yep.
And I think like the Miles game, I think a lot of people that worked on it, they cared about the cultural reference and the lifestyle of living in those parts of town in New York. And they nailed it. And between the voice acting and the music, and the movies do that too, the animated movies. So to me, I think it's culture is a big part of it, like trying to nail the culture right. And I think if you do that, you don't come across as preachy. You're showing like I love Japanese movies because of the culture. When I see like these different samurai movies and stuff, I'm like, I like that. Like I'm drawn to it, and it's not because everyone's Japanese. It's because the culture and the lifestyle and the the day-to-day life, everything's different, and it's opening my eyes. And so I don't think people are against having their eyes open. I just, like Dave says and everyone said earlier, is just you can't be too preachy, and you gotta know what you're doing. It's like Zach with the vision. Like you gotta thread things perfectly. Not a perfect. You can slip up, sure, but I mean, we can disagree on that. But I think I'm not saying that people who write some modern comics aren't talented. I'm just saying there's a balance. And they're still finding their balance. Every time I write something, I get better. I learn from past mistakes. And I think everyone's like that. So as long as you're someone out there who's trying to get better at the balance, you're going to make amazing comics that anyone can relate to, but the people you're targeting it to will really, really appreciate. And that's how we get a win-win scenario.
Wait,
yeah.
okay.
And I finally remembered what I was trying to remember. Like,
good.
Like 10 minutes ago. It was the fact that it's like, okay, so when we get to the point where they change the race of a character, we've seen this happen many times. I've always said, okay, if you're going to do that, make it where I don't even notice it. Or just make it make sense to the character and everything's going to be great. I mean, a big example was like, when Will Smith was Deadshot. There's something like something like that. And when I watched Suicide Squad, it was like, all right, nothing's changing this because his skin color is different. Sometimes, again, they throw it in your face and be like, oh, we're going to do this. And it's like, are you doing this because of that? Or are you trying to score points? But if you just make it make sense and everything's good and I just watch it and I don't even think about it, then you're a good storyteller. And that's all.
Yeah, I was waiting to get to the Bangs thing because I'm like, what do you mean they don't mention he's half black? The Bang, that entire game made sure you didn't forget he was black. Yeah. And when you saw his mama, who's Latina, she would always speak Spanish to remind you she was Puerto Spanish. Rican. So you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, Puerto Rican. So it's like they definitely did. And again, I get some people are like disagreeing with me, like Saggy, it's not about the storytelling, it's about the message, because you're looking for it. Because now, because this whole wokeness stuff has been happening, now everyone just focuses on. I even caught myself doing it one time when I was watching something, and I was like, I'm waiting for the woke moment. Oh, there it is. And it's like, and then, like literally, I started catching myself doing it. I'm like, why am I doing this?
Well, because I mean, it is out there. Again, they throw it in your face with certain things, but it's when talented creators can do it in a way where it's not thrown in your face and it's just natural. Those are the filmmaker. I mean, and then going back to Zach, when it comes to this stuff, he's not gonna just like, hey, I'm doing this because I'm trying to score points. He's a creator, and he's like, oh, I think this fits for the story I'm trying to tell.
Well, plus like a character who, in this case, I think you were talking about. There's a non-binary character in Rebel Moon. So I mean, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about this, but I would assume, like anything, when you're creating characters and you're building a world, you go, okay, I need someone with this kind of perspective. Yes. Like because I'm going to have these characters in a scene together, and I need someone to argue against this person's plan of action or what they want to do and bring a different viewpoint to it. Or we need to have a scene where this character's kind of ignorant on this topic, and this character is going to exist to kind of educate them, but they're going to learn from each other throughout the story. So you create different person. I mean, I've been doing this with Neverland for a couple of years now, where I'm writing Tiger Lily and I'm writing, Peter Pan and Wendy and all these characters. And it's like, I need different personalities. I can't have everyone think the same way. Otherwise there's not going to be tension or drama or, things that I need in the story or growth. And I think sometimes that is. So I see people when they see non-binary character or this or that, they immediately think woke or it's this or it's a message or whatever, instead of looking at it as, okay, well, that person's probably going to have a viewpoint in the story. And it may not even be a viewpoint you agree with, but that's okay, because it's one character in a story, and there will be someone else who have a viewpoint you do agree with, and that will be your favorite character in the movie. So it's funny that nowadays we live in this, because we've let people who have the loudest voices say it's all or nothing. And that's both sides have done that, where it's like it's all or nothing. There's no nuance. You can't watch a movie and go, I like this movie. I like 80% of this movie, and I don't like 20%. But because I like 80%, it's a good movie. I'm going to buy it and own it for my collection. Now people go, I like 80% of this movie, but it's dog crap. It's complete trash. And you're like, what do you mean? They're like, because it's not 100% awesome. And I'm like, no, that's not trash. That doesn't make it trash at all.
Right,
if it's over 50, if it's 51% good, then it's a halfway decent movie.
I've even taken that. What you're even saying right there, like, to the logic of like, okay, so obviously we always have, like, especially with things that happen in the world, there's always like this, back and forth between two sides. And it's always funny too, because I sometimes I just want to, like, because I'll see, like, when things are happening and it's almost like, man, there's just like, people are watching two different movies right now when they look at like an event that happens. And then obviously they'll be like, like what you were saying, like when it comes to a movie, it's like, I like 80% of it, but because of this 20%, I hate all of it. It's like, there's sometimes where I'm like, I could see somebody, because I have people in my real life and people online that can be on two different sides of the aisle when it comes to politics or whatever the hell. And just because, and I would be like, you know what? I bet you they agree on most things in life, but because of these hardcore topics,
right,
they're like, I don't agree with that guy or that person at all. No, 100%, because that person's evil. They say this and shit. I'm like, yeah, but I bet you if you sat down and talked, you probably would agree about a lot of things, majority of things. But because there's like that 20%, you're like, nope, fuck that person, evil. That's blah. So I don't know.
Nate's memes. This is not beta energy, honey. And if you want toxic masculinity, baby, I have the second biggest pair of testicles on this panel next to Phil. So if you want some toxic masculinity, honey,
Dave.
me and Phil.
I guess
me and you are the betas then.
I guess.
I'm a dom, baby.
But who cares? Like Nate. He has his opinion, and he uses.
No, I just want to dom him. That's all.
But he uses buzzwords like beta. Like he gets all of his information from TikTok.
Meanwhile, he doesn't have a profile.
And red pills and alpha males, and that's great. That's the life.
I bet you he likes the manosphere.
But that's okay. But that's his. Fine. Who cares? Like,
no, I'm not being seriously mad at him. I'm just messing with him, by the way. Nate, don't take it personally. I just want to be all aggressive with you to show you that I can be a man on this panel.
She can, trust me.
We've witnessed.
I mean, she just called me and Dave betas, and we took it.
I did. They took it like, see, that's an alpha though. When I call you a beta and you take it, that's an alpha. That's an alpha.
Well, that's the thing. You didn't even call us a beta. You just said we didn't have large balls.
No, listen, I didn't say you had balls. I just said Phil's is the biggest. I come second.
Yeah.
So, I didn't say you didn't have big balls. I'm just saying me and Phil's are objectively bigger than both you and Dave's. I'm sorry. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but me and Dave's formed together to make Voltron. So
exactly. The ultimate Voltron ball.
Yeah. And I'll form the head.
You got that. Yeah.
I mean, he does have 19 inches of venom going on.
Yeah.
You are just a pleasure to be around. I adore you so much.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, I'm crying again. Jesus Christ, that one got me, y'all. He said,
honestly,
"We're gonna form Voltron."
I saw that comment and I was like, you want to talk about toxic masculinity and beta? The most alpha thing anyone can do is just ignore dumb shit like that.
God damn. See, big balls. Big balls. That's why he wins the medal right now. Big balls.
Like, I saw that comment and I was like, not even a fraction of those characters are as toxic and masculine as you like to think. Maybe Lobo, but Batman, get the fuck out of here.
But I love Lobo. That's the thing. Is I think
I gotta go.
And I hate like young man Lobo that they did with New 52. Like
God, that was terrible.
Like that
was not good.
I like Bastich Logo riding around on a space bike with his dog. Like I love that. It's awesome.
Good point, Phil. I was just thinking, like, Batman, Batman's not toxic masculinity. Batman's mental health. Like Batman's just mental health.
It's
what
funny.
do you mean?
He's become more and more that. Like Batman he's always dealt with that, but like I remember for years people would say like, oh, Moon Knight's like the Marvel version of Batman, but Moon Knight always, especially when they got into the DID stuff, I'm like, this is more complicated than what they would do with Bruce Wayne, because he's too big of a character to do something like this with. But now with Zur-En-Arrh back, I'm really intrigued in Batman again. I'm like, because Zdarsky's treating it almost like a form of DID, even though I think they're going to put a twist on that, and we're going to find out that it's, a Bat Knight or something else that's been implanted in his head. But at least for now, it's interesting. Bruce has moments where he's sitting at the computer looking for Riddler, and then he stands up, goes downstairs into a secret compartment, works on failsafe, comes back up and sits at his desk and doesn't know that time has passed. And I'm like, that's literally shit I experience in my life. So I'm like,
oh my God,
this is amazing. Like like, can they? So I wrote Chip Zdarsky. I joined his newsletter. I'm like, does Batman have DID? And he couldn't answer.
It just hit me.
Yeah, you can't answer that.
You guys are more into comic books, so maybe you can answer that, because I've just hit me that like the only time I ever remember them even talking about, actually even doing much about Batman's mental health was in Tim Burton's with Michael Keaton, when he went to therapy to talk to a therapist.
Well, if you watch Batman the animated series,
Dr. Leslie Tompkins.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Like there's only a few times he's actually went to a
Two-Face
therapist.
episodes. The
Two-Face ones.
I'm like, I haven't seen him go. Like they've touched on it a little bit, but I'm like, yeah, when we're talking about Batman, it's like Batman is literally the physical embodiment of mental health. That kid needed to see a therapist. I don't know why Bruce Wayne seen his parents get murdered in an alleyway, and then no one really talked about him going to therapy over it. It was just like, the funeral was so sad, and he kind of just decided he wanted to be a Batman. So there we go. That's therapy.
That's what I like about the Robert Pattinson one. Is what I like about is they pulled a little bit from the Grant Morrison Black Glove story, where there was this story that was being fabricated that Martha Wayne had bipolar. She was schizophrenic, and that Thomas Wayne was trying to cover it up. And they pulled that and put it into the Matt Reeves movie. And I'm like, that's interesting, because now you can really deal with, you can merge Black Glove and Court of Owls, and you can have them either have manipulated that story so it's not a true story, or you can really deal with that and Bruce have actual mental health struggles in the next two movies while he's fighting these bigger threats. I was like, I saw someone do a fan art of the Pattinson Batman with the Zur-En-Arrh colors. Ooh. And I was like, oh, now I want this. Now I want this so bad. And I was thinking of the Martha Wayne seed that they planted in the first movie, and the Hush seed. So I don't know. But to me, I'm one of those guys that, like, Batman, he can survive any interpretation. Superman, they can survive any interpretation. Fans will argue whether it's good or not, but as long as they argue, the character will keep going.
Y'all are tripping in the chat talk about Batman was a therapy. Ain't no therapist in their profession. If a therapist really told a child, yeah, you should totally dress up as a bat and go out and just kick villains' asses all day, that'll make you feel better about your dead parents, you need to take that degree away from that therapist. What you mean Batman's a therapy? That's the point. That is not therapy. That is Batman's way of coping. It's not actually solving the problem that he has, because he's Batman. But how many actual, like, the fact that he was able to even have a kid. By the way, he didn't know he had a kid, which means he was just out there getting coochie. Didn't even realize he was getting bitches pregnant.
He was drugged by a
it wasn't
drugged. So I'm saying, like, let's be real. Batman got laid, but at the same time, he never had a genuine connection with anyone really. Even the struggles he had with his Robins, bro. Like, what do you mean that Batman was therapy? You know how many kids he fucked up? Like, he fucked up he saved Dick Grayson.
Being Batman, it was always like his therapy, but it wasn't like the best kind of therapy.
You know what Batman should have done with Dick Grayson? Send his ass to therapy, not make him a fucking vigilante.
Nah, to take that a step further, Alfred probably should have sent Bruce to therapy at a younger age.
I mean, how many times have we seen just how, like, I mean, even like live action or whatever, it's like you see, like, Alfred's like, God damn it. Like, what am I doing? Why am I
I'm enabling this.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
it's like
the
how
thing.
many times?
What do you do?
No,
Like,
it's fictional characters, but like still, it's kind of just like if you think about it realistically, Batman literally is he's got a lot of mental issues.
Those are Bruce Wayne's guest out there.
And like like Bubble Butt said, you know,
Sorry,
he might just suffer from DID and things like that. Like there's a lot of things you can interpret with Batman's character. You know, Superman is the alien, you know, build the wall.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
what? Jeez.
Sorry, I had to say
Like,
it.
it's so funny because like in Justice
How's
League,
that for woke in the chat?
like in Justice League, he flat out has a conversation with Wonder Woman on top of a roof, and he's like, "You're a princess from an island of women. I'm a kid with parental issues. It would never work."
Yeah,
I love that episode because Batman's just so straightforward about his issues, and Diana's like, "Yep, I get it."
I mean, don't get me wrong. Batman could still objectively get it, but that man got problems.
Right, and he has gotten it. Let's
no,
be brutally honest here.
They made it very clear in that episode where she turns into a pig that there was something between them. Not when she was a pig, though.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
That would have been really weird. then you really would have known that Batman had problems if he was like, "Oh, well, maybe I'm
now she's hot."
Yeah, now I'm digging this right here.
Nick,
we got Paul coming in right now.
Hey, Paul.
My man.
I was gonna say, Nate. I think Nate, you're on the wrong YouTube channel. I think you're looking for Andrew Tate, honey, because I think you're just looking for Andrew Tate, bro.
Finally, a bigger set of balls enters the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you for being there.
For the Andrew Tate channel.
I mean, if you think Batman's all toxic masculinity, you must read All-Star Batman on repeat then.
Oh God.
God damn.
And again, that's a take on Batman, but you're right, it's not one that most people think.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had this discussion with a lot of people. I think it's really funny because I always find satire is an interesting way to look at it. The Harley Quinn show actually really tackled that because they had her essentially become because she's the main character. Yeah, and I thought that was kind of an interesting take to look at it. Now, granted, that version of Batman in that world is kind of almost like a Venture Brothers-esque version of Batman.
100%.
Yeah, where he's just so over the top. Yeah. But I mean, in terms of his therapy and like how he looks at the world, I mean, I don't know. I think for him, Batman is his therapy. That's how he kind of gets through everything.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's how he kind of, he deals with these things. As far as Alfred goes, I find the Tim Burton version Alfred to be kind of the one who's the most realistic about it. He seems like already Batman has been established by the time you get to Batman 89, and he seems to have been, kind of just, he's still a little bit here and there, like trying to figure stuff out, but for the most part, he's solidified himself as Batman. And Alfred seems more concerned with Bruce being stuck within the past and being focused on his parents' death and something that he can't change rather than being Batman. He's just like, well, no, Batman is what he's going to be. And even Bruce isn't really sure what Batman is because like Vicky tries to talk to him about it. And she's like, it doesn't have to be a perfect world. And he's just like, I don't know what this is, but I've got to do this because no one else can. I mean, again, we don't really know what the extent of the Justice League members are in that universe at that time, but to him, that's the case. But yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I would actually argue that even Batman Forever is actually maybe the most healthy version of Batman in like how he views himself, because the whole, like, I think the actual point of Batman Forever, or at least before the studio got involved, was like, in this version of Batman, he's destroyed his parents' killer. It's been years since then. Mm-hmm. He's taken on other villains, and now he's reflecting with Dick Grayson and Dick Grayson going down the same path. And so him talking to the Riddler at the end, it's over the top and goofy, but there's that moment. He's like, I'm Batman because I choose to be, no longer because I have to be. Yeah. Because that's like, for him, it's him making that choice every night to go out there and to do those things. And yeah.
No, I like what you have to say about like how that version of Alfred was. I mean, because when you watch Batman Forever, I mean, yeah, even though like Bruce has like gotten to this point where it's like, all right, that's all. I destroyed my parents' killer, but at the same time, he does tell, as much as he's educating Dick Grayson about, his situation is like, okay, so if you kill Harvey, then what next? Then you find another face and another face and another face. But then even at the same time, it's like Bruce doesn't want Dick to go down his path. But then Alfred's like, yeah, but you should know. It's like I love that line that he says. He goes like, men like that don't need I forgot what he says. He's like, he doesn't need like education, needs guidance or something like that. There's like a line that he says where it's like, you should know, like, this guy right here, your therapy is what you're doing. He's looking for that therapy. Like Alfred is basically saying that about Dick. And it's just, it's
because Alfred experienced it. He's like, because Alfred is not a parent, right? Like, so he kind of becomes a surrogate father, but in the sense that like he didn't expect to just all of a sudden be responsible for this young billionaire. And he probably, like they showed in Gotham and some other shows and some other interpretations, where you don't know what to do in that situation. Bruce, he at that moment as a kid facing a traumatic experience, he decides, I have a path I'm going to walk now. And all Alfred felt like he could do, he's like, I can't control this kid's destiny. So like you said, I'm just going to try to guide him to where he doesn't fall off the edge. And I think that's Alfred is like, that's my only goal, is I just don't want him to fall off the edge. And I think that's what you were saying. He tried to convey to Bruce in that scene in Batman Forever. He's just like, just steer him. Like he's going to go down this path with or without you, like any kid who rebels against their parent or has a strong-willed, mind and stuff. So you just have to kind of make sure they just don't fall off the edge and get swallowed up in vengeance and the darkness. So I love that. I mean, those scenes with Alfred in those movies are fantastic.
Yeah, the line was actually because he like Bruce looks at him and he goes, and you're encouraging him. And he goes, men like that don't need encouragement. They need guidance.
That's it. Exactly.
Gives you goosebumps. You're like, damn, that's good shit right there, Yeah.
Alfred was always based.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, even in the Dark Knight trilogy, I mean, my God, I mean, how many times, I mean, like it was even relevant big time in there. And even when it came to Ben's Batman with Jeremy Irons, I mean, like, as much as, I mean, I love, I mean, even like, I mean, that scene when Alfred just basically is like, calls him out. He goes, Mr. Wayne, you've never been able to like lie to me, kind of thing. And he just calls him out like, you don't want to get the kryptonite because or like it's not handling a dirty bomb. I'm messing up the line, but that whole thing, and then he goes, "You're going to go to war."
Isn't holding a dirty bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's like that whole thing where he just basically calls him out. I mean, even I think that's what all the live action versions have really. I mean, even the animated series. I mean, it's all just like they've always captured that Alfred and Batman relationship very well, because it's never just been, oh yeah, I'm just here. Obviously Batman 66 didn't have that. It was just whatever. But I
have a hot take.
The
chat already doesn't love me tonight, but I don't know how y'all feel. Please be gentle. Please chat gentle. Please use the lube. Thank you. My hot take is my favorite Alfred was in Gotham.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My favorite Alfred, and
that guy was great as
Mr. Sean Coach.
But my reason why is because, like, first of all, it explained that, like, first of all, he's a badass. Like, he's trained.
Yeah.
So it kind of fit with the story of how does he protect young Bruce?
Yeah.
By being a badass. And I loved the relationship between him and Bruce in Gotham, because he became a father to Bruce. And that and the bond between that Alfred and that Bruce Wayne, like, even though we've seen the bond between Alfred and Bruce Wayne when Alfred's an old man, obviously there's that bond, but like in Gotham, I felt like that was the strongest I've seen their relationship. Like, he really loved that kid, like it was his own kid.
It was really good, but it's even funny because even Batman and Robin had
Love Alfred in that movie.
Yeah,
dude. Even Alfred and Bruce were like great.
Him and Bruce, every scene is magic in that movie.
Fucking magical. Yeah. And Alfred dying.
Best part of the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
the only good stuff in the movie.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh no, when they killed Alfred, I was done. I was so mad. I was like, why Why would you do that? You already took his parents. You're gonna take his other parent. Like, why?
I mean, in fairness, like if you have enough drinks, Mr. Freeze is pretty fun in that movie too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you watch it as a gag, of course.
Chill.
All the eyes are great.
Yeah.
Everybody chill. Yeah.
Everybody
What-
chill.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
My favorite Alfred.
Terminator in the freezing cold.
I think I said it before on your show. My favorite Alfred moment is, even though I don't love the movie, but I still like it, which is at the end of Dark Knight Rises, where Alfred, you see him sobbing, he's crying. I failed you. Your son is dead. I told you I would protect him. And the reward of seeing Bruce in the exact scenario that he hoped Bruce would end up in. You know, he was like, I don't want you to be Batman. I want you to move on. You've done your part, you know. And I don't want to worry about you. I'm an old man. I won't be here forever, and I don't want to worry about you when I'm gone. And I love that reward. That Alfred is probably the only Alfred in the multiverse that had like a happy ending in a way, where he got to see Bruce go off and be a human being, you know, after all these years. So that was my favorite moment. But I agree with you on Gotham. I'm not a big fan of that show, but the guy who played Alfred and even the kid who played young Bruce, they were great. Like, they were great on that
they
show.
had great chemistry. Like, they
then-
really the
They
worst
sold that
Alfred.
relationship well. I can agree.
Even
with
when it comes to the Batman, I mean, even that
Andy
scene
Serkis,
when
yeah.
Alfred is in the hospital bed.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a deep Alfred scene.
Yeah,
absolutely great scene. So
worst
I mean,
Alfred.
Who wants to take bets that Andy Serkis' Alfred is not going to make it through the trilogy?
Oh, don't say that.
Well, he had a happy ending in the last movie, so yeah, you got it.
The worst Alfred, though, even we didn't even see him, but he was referenced, was in Titans. Like, the very first episode of Titans, you got the call and text message from Alfred. The very next season, Alfred dead. Okay, but how? What happened? Like, it was, I hated it. Last time I saw you, Dick, was at Alfred's funeral. Bitch, when we saw him last season, what was it? How many, what the hell happened? The first episode, we started off with him talking to Alfred. The very next season, he died.
So I've always liked the Teen Titans within the comic books, and obviously, you know, the animated version and stuff like that. And, you know, I'm fine with different interpretations. But if you're concentrating mostly on, like, Marv Wolfman, George Perez years, which are, like, you know, the peak stuff pretty much, I was like, okay, so, like, you have the animated show doing that, and then now you're doing this darker interpretation. Because when you really think about it, when you really look at it, if you look at it like on paper, like what the Marv Wolfman and George Perez stuff covers, it's dark shit. Like, in terms of like where all of the Titans come from, all of them have like, with the exception maybe Dick Grayson, but even his, you know, even Robin in general has a dark origin because his parents die and then he's adopted, and you know, they share this bond. But
well, the Terra and Deathstroke stuff is dark.
I mean, Etrigan, all that fucked up shit, and even Starfire has like kind of like she has a sister that wants to kill her all the time. Like, that's messed up, you know. So I at first I was on board with the idea of like, okay, they're doing this sort of edgelord aspect to it, but I kind of can see the fun of them trying to make this like grittier aspect of it and trying to do something different than they were doing with like the more Teen Titans Go aspect. Because right after that, I'm like, okay, let's go in the opposite direction. So like the first season, I'm like kind of on board. And then, like, right off the bat, I start to notice that, like, wait a minute, this was supposed to be the original ending of season 1, but we got this instead. And once that started happening, then, like, the end of season 2, I was like, what the fuck? What happened in the writer's room? And then, like, by season 3, I was like, nope, I'm done.
Well, dude,
well, when you watch the Titan series, the season premiere of season 2 premiere was supposed to be the season finale of the first one, because they wrap up that storyline, but they were like, no, we got to wrap up the storyline with this Batman and Robin like thing. And like, it was kind of funny because when they were selling that, I think a lot of us went, oh, we already know that that's not real. That can't be real. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's got to be some mind fuckery that's happening, right? And sure enough, it was.
It was a fan film.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. When I saw Dick Grayson as Robin say "fuck Batman," I was like, "Oh, this is a fucking."
Well, that was the season premiere, right? That was the season premiere,
right? And I was like, "That's a fan film." And then, like I said, the concept was good. I liked the first season, but like Paul said, I did a whole video on it where I pointed out all of the discrepancies from season, because like they ended season 1 on a little bit of a cliffhanger. Starfire lost her powers. What happened? Spoiler, guys. Starfire lost her powers. What happened? Oh, Blackfire is possessed some random woman and left a baby in the car. I guess she's gonna be the big villain of season 2. And then the season 1 starts. Okay, Black Starfire has her powers. Okay, well, what happened? We didn't find out why she lost them, and we didn't find out when she got them back. She just had them back, and then the whole setup for Blackfire. And then you find out, oh, Blackfire was captured, and she's been underground being studied on, and Starfire saves her, and then she's no longer a bad guy. So what happened there? And everything that they set up for second season was just thrown out with the first episode of the second season. I was just like, I'm already invested in this, so I'm going to see where it goes. And the writers just, I don't know what happened, but it was just like, it was not well done. And I mean, I watched it to the end just because I'm invested. But yeah, Teen Titans started off, it had potential, and the first season I thought was great, but then it just went by.
Yeah, I was giving it chances, but by the time Donna Troy got killed by a light post, I was like, really? Donna Troy? Like, maybe Beast Boy, but Donna Troy? Like, I was, and then like
electrocuted.
Yeah.
You mean Tiger Boy, because he only became a tiger.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, in the later seasons, things change. They reverse some bad decisions, like a certain character dying from electric shock. You know, they had to bringing that character back in some stupid ass way, but they did it, and it was like, I think the best episode ever in Titans was when and it's on YouTube. I think that's the only scene that's worth watching, is when Beast Boy was in like another dimension somehow, because now on top of being able to change into other animals, now he can just jump through fucking dimensions and shit.
And he was watching like clips from all the other shit.
Yeah, like that was the only part that I liked in that whole show, was seeing that one scene where he is going back, and you saw the most cameos I've ever seen in DC was in that scene right there.
Yeah, he's literally watching like bubbles of like, hey, there's Shazam, there's it was like all
wait, was that the thing with Grant Morrison that I kept seeing or hearing about, or we probably even talked about it on this?
Probably season 4. Because I bounced out after season 3.
So did I.
But
I haven't even watched the new one.
Honestly,
I will spare y'all from watching it. It's literally, it just got dumb. Starfire lost her Starfire lost her powers and gained new ones that had nothing to do with her original powers. And Blackfire got her power. Let's see what other stupid thing happened. Superboy became Lex Luthor for a bit.
Jesus Christ.
That was kind of stupid.
Wow.
And like I said, Beast Boy got time travel abilities
multiverse abilities. That's what he got. Yeah,
I think honestly, when I think about Titans, I'll say this: I think season 2 is the best, but with an asterisk, because that final episode was just good. That finale was terrible, just bad.
That's really how the finales have been. That's the thing. Is the finales have always been like even when it came to the Deathstroke story, I'm like, okay, let's do this. You're building it up. I'm liking this, and then it's like what.
That's how it ends.
Oh my God. What was it? What was the last season? The whole thing with Brother Blood.
Yep.
That's right. I
that was the dumbest shit I fucking like. Brother fucking Blood was the biggest, bro. The whole Trigon, bro. Don't even get me going on that fucking last season. That shit pissed me off.
I have a theory on why that show was as edgelord and bad as it was, but I don't feel like saying said person's name. I'll just say he wears a ball cap.
Yeah.
Yep. And the irony, the irony, as I've told you guys my prestige theory, where I think here's two different Jeffs. One does comics and one does everything else. But like, one of the only other real Teen Titan series that really like hit their mark was his run in 2000.
Yep.
It's a great run.
It is. And it's unfortunate that it doesn't translate at all well to the screen.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to do it. Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah,
no,
they
had a bad version of Scarecrow too. Like that whole,
I actually was digging that version for a bit, and then I just fell off, and I'm like, it didn't work. I was like,
when he took a razor blade to his face, like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, that's where.
I mean, in the beginning, it was an interesting take for a bit, but then it definitely overstayed its welcome.
I've blocked out most of the show at this point, but all I remember was that like the Donna Troy thing. And then fast forwarding to Red Hood, and then like literally I think he sets up a hawk or something in a swimming pool, but it literally comes across like a Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote situation, and I was like, "What is this? Like Hawk is not
when
meant
he
to
had
be
a
handled."
strip naked, yeah,
Yeah,
strip naked and yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that
I was but I think that and mixed with I forget I don't know if it got later retcon to be some sort of like weird alternate reality dream state or something, but something about the Batman, like the Batman loses it and he kills the Joker or something. I think
That was
I don't
season
know.
1 finale. Yeah,
Was that the season 1
that
finale?
was the season 1 finale where it was Trigon getting into Dick's mind or everyone's mind and fucking with them. Yeah,
that's where the whole Batman and Robin versus each other thing happened.
You know, Trigon, the guy who looks like a guy.
Yeah.
Just some dude.
Remember Trigon?
Wait, did they actually show him? Like, I mean, I used to see a guy being possessed by Trigon, but did they actually show Trigon and he's just a dude or something? Is that what
in the beginning? In the beginning, he was, but then later on, they showed his traditional.
Yeah, they show his.
Okay, all right. Because I thought
like
you were going
that whole show, like it was supposed to. The first season was all about like Raven, kind of a little bit, and then like they kind of just said, okay, fuck that storyline. And then they brought her back later on to make her try to be important again, and she was just fucking weirder than she was in the first fucking season. So it's like, why are you here, bitch? Oh wait, you have powers. Okay, that's why we keep you around, because she was just. God, I hated Raven.
Even and again, the animated stuff always kind of comes through again because like they built that up all the way up. Like season 4 was like, nope, we're getting to Trigon, like we're here, and then that whole thing and again, I think even with that show, the last like it was kind of like with Justice League. Like season 4 was meant to be the last season, but it was so popular and successful they gave it another. So they went into like the Doom Patrol stuff and like dealing with the Brotherhood of Evil and all of that, and making like a gigantic worldwide Teen Titans basically, and all that. So it's like, okay, cool.
Doom Patrol was 100% better.
They also handled.
Oh yeah, Doom Patrol has been fantastic from what I've heard. I fell off around season 3, not because I didn't think it was like good or anything. I just fell off because a lot of the DC shows I kind of end up falling off of just in general because there's
it's great. It's consistently good.
I also think that the Teen Titans show handled the whole Terra Slade thing much more tastefully than it was handled in the comics. But that's no slight to Perez and Wolfman at all.
It's also easy to do.
Yes.
Handle with,
yes it is.
Because it's very vile in the comics.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Well, as a kid,
also I just kind of a little predatory.
Yeah. A little?
A little? All the way predatory.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is actually a good segue because we got Hal Jordan here.
Hey,
and you know what? I mean,
sorry.
I wanted to because obviously, Seek, you're you're a big Green Lantern fan. But how you liking this rumor that there's Channing Tatum, Hal Jordan? How you thinking about that? There's a rumor out there that they're looking at Channing Tatum to possibly.
He's had his time. Damn it, go away.
I'll tell you what. There was a short, brief time where they talked about Jack Black playing Hal.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And I'll give you the same reaction I had then. Yay, another Green Lantern movie. Give it to me.
Okay. So you just want another Green Lantern movie and you're like, give it to me. That's it. Okay.
But
series. We're getting a series with this one.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, I don't know. Like any rumors that are coming out now, I mean, literally there's a strike still going on. Yeah. I mean, so it's like every time I see people talking about rumors, I'm just like, I know people are desperate for news and information, and scoopers are really struggling right now to get information that's viable. So to me, I'm just like, I'm always a wait and see. When I see the trailer or I see them filming, that's when I believe stuff. I don't really get into the like, I know it's fun to speculate and talk, but for me, I'm just kind of like, I'm like, I'll wait, because so many things fall apart. I mean, we had a Batgirl movie that was fully filmed and that's not coming out. So to me, I'm like, I need to see trailers. I need a release date. I need to like concrete stuff now. But I think Channing Tatum, he's not a bad choice. I don't know. It's like Hal's not a hard character to play in my opinion. So I gotcha. So he's not, but I love Channing Tatum like normally. But I just yeah, but like I said, Hal Jordan's not a hard character to play. You just got to be kind of a dick and you got to be likable. And I think Channing Tatum can do that, but I would rather see other actors. And obviously I'm more of a Jon Stewart fan. So all that Wayne T. Carr stuff got me really amped. I love seeing all that stuff. So for me, I mean, I don't know. I'm excited for Green Lantern anything, but I've literally read scripts for a Green Lantern show that isn't being made. So to me, I'm like, I have to wait. I have to wait.
Yeah, you've let me know about some of the stuff in that stuff, and I was like, that would have been cool. I'm just saying.
I mean, a lot of things can sound good on paper.
Yeah.
So even on paper, I've written stuff that I'm like, this is awesome. And then I've, seen people do test footage and I'm like, that sucks. like don't do it. Don't do my idea. It sucks. Do your idea.
I'm just not a Channing. Like, I like Channing. I think Channing Tatum's probably a good person.
Okay.
But I don't care for his acting. I think his acting is so like
Rigid.
Anyone who will show up.
It's like a spaghetti dinner. Listen, it's like a spaghetti dinner that the only seasoning in it is salt and pepper. Like, no, it's like he's not a spicy meatball. Okay,
he literally dressed up as a gimp in a movie just for a cameo.
I just don't think
that's
he's a
spicy.
great actor. He doesn't have acting range for me. I'm sorry. I just
he doesn't. He plays a goofball mainly.
Yeah.
I guess you could say.
Like
Leading
said,
man, obviously, he's got the good looks and stuff like that. He's
a model.
He's
a model.
But that's perfect for Hal Jordan. Like, because I think Hal Jordan has that where you have a misconception of Hal. How people look at him, he's a hothead, he's a daredevil, he just wants to possibly die on some level. He's not happy with himself. But he's good looking and he drinks and he hangs out at bars and he hits on the women that he works with and he's unprofessional and he's not on time and there's all
Ryan Reynolds.
But there's all those those are all misconceptions.
Perfect.
But those are all misconceptions. Hal develops into someone who's a leader and who has noble qualities. And so it's like, so again, like you said, maybe you don't believe he has the range to portray that, and I totally get that. But the misconceptions, that sounds like Hal. When people say like, oh, this actor would be bad for this, and this, I'm like, yeah, but that's people don't believe in Hal Jordan.
You just
Ryan Reynolds did do a good Green Lantern if that movie if the writing and the story was better.
True.
But Ryan Reynolds was a good Hal Jordan, in my opinion.
Agreed.
It's just 100%. Like, and Ryan Reynolds can act. And like, it's just every movie I've seen Channing Tatum in. And again, I see people mentioning 21 Jump Street. I like 21 Jump Street. It was funny. But even in 21 Jump Street, it really wasn't Channing Tatum that really like was the star for me. If it wasn't for what's his face, now I can't even think of his name. Jonah, there we go. If it wasn't for Jonah Hill being more of the comic relief there that Channing kind of played off of, then I don't think Channing would have made that movie funny by himself, and it's I just don't sell him. I think there are better actors who could probably portray Hal Jordan than Channing Tatum.
I'd rather see Jon Stewart anyway, and not just because I love that character more, but I think the arc of someone who's kind of a goofball and becomes a hero, we've seen a bunch of times. I like the idea of Jon Stewart, of someone who's kind of has a stick up his ass and is very professional, and show him learn to lighten up and become part of the team, because he's kind of a sniper solo guy, and that would be cool to see him learn how to become a team player over the course of a series. I think that's more interesting than seeing a goofball become a hero.
I agree.
That's what would be cool about if they have both of them. They can balance each other out. That's what I think
they could learn from each other. Yeah, like he could be like, hey, you teach me how to lighten up, and I'll help you, get a backbone on certain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm hoping for the series. Is that obviously, who knows if the series, it's going to be bouncing all over the place. There's multiple lanterns. We already have a Guy Gardner, obviously. And it's just like, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the series. But I hope that there is that Jon Stewart, Hal Jordan, balance we've been hearing about it for years now, that cosmic lethal weapon in space, and that's, if you watch Lethal Weapon, you could totally be like, okay, yeah, that is Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan right there. You have a reckless fucking, the good looking reckless dude who drinks, doesn't give a fuck. And then you got the fucking soldier who's doing this, and they balance each other out. So I hope we get that 100%. So
that'd be awesome.
Yes. But Saggy, you have to go.
Yeah. I got her appointment tomorrow.
Oh, get your hair done. For God's sakes.
Listen, if you saw my hair without it being done, the fro is not the good kind of fro. I don't have good fro hair. Okay.
Take your big balls and get out of here, Saggy.
Listen, you're just jealous because they're not in your mouth.
Oh, jeez.
We can arrange for that, though.
Oh, jeez. Just DM me.
Right. My DMs are open.
Creep into my DMs with your giant balls.
I feel so bad for Paul because his face is just like, why am I here?
No, it's cool. Sometimes this is what I end up doing with my friend chats. I kind of just sit off in the distance. Like, all right, this is happening.
All of them compare nut sizes.
Why is this chick talking about balls? I don't know. That's just who I am. But no, thank you for having me, Dave, as always. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. I would stay here for the duration, but I do want to get some sleep for my herded tomorrow.
What is that, like 8 o'clock in the morning? Oh, you're way you're
9:30 in the morning, but it is about to be, it's like 12:30.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm in the future. You live in the past, Dave.
Yeah, I do. I always live in the past.
But yes, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Why are y'all changing names as I'm trying to leave? Now my name is Yef. My name is Yef.
Pennyworth. Yeah.
Pennyworth. But yes, thank you. I love you guys. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Love the chat.
Thank you for joining.
I argued with. Bye.
Appreciate it. See ya. But yeah, I just wanted to get your take on that rumor, at least when it came to that.
I got this Alan Scott to go with my collection, this McFarlane one.
Nice.
I still buy all the Green Lantern stuff. I can't help it. He's my favorite DC character, and I like every iteration of the character for the most part.
Boo, Green Lantern sucks. Just kidding.
Oh,
I mean the movie for sure, but anyway.
Yeah. I'm not going to defend the movie.
You mentioned.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Seek mentioned like Hal Jordan in a bar, and I'm just brought back to that one scene in, I think, season 3 of Arrow, where you find Oliver Queen in a bar and you see someone with the jacket that says Jordan on it. Yeah. And I'm like, man, they never paid that off.
They never pulled that trigger. No, I know.
I was so disappointed by that.
Well, because Jeff probably was like, I want to do a Green Lantern thing.
I'm doing it, damn it.
Yeah. You can't do it. I'm doing it.
Now I'm doing Ghost Machine, and I'm going away now.
Yeah,
I am excited.
I don't know.
Speaking of indie comics, though, I am excited for Tom Hardy and Scott Snyder are launching.
Oh that's right.
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing a lot of coverage of that. I actually, Frank Thierry followed me on Instagram, and I'm a big fan of Frank. So when I saw that he was involved, I'm like, dude, I'm going to cover this. I can't wait. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. They're doing that.
Right, and I personally met Scott a bunch of times over the years since like 2012 onward. Every time I meet him, he's just a genuinely nice guy. He just is one of the best people on the planet. Greg Capullo is just
I love Greg Capullo. He's my kind of asshole.
That's the way to put it, honestly. He's just I remember listening to him as far back as like when Kevin Smith had a B Fat Man on Batman, and was talking to Greg about like his, starting an Image and stuff like that. But
I remember that.
Just him talking about being an artist and just like how the industry is, and like he would be like, oh, well, I can draw this, I can draw that. And the editor would be like, I have a guy that can draw me a telephone like tomorrow. So can you draw me a telephone? Like that kind of mentality. And so hearing him from his noble beginnings and kind of coming through. But that's what him and Scott, I think, are such a great team, because Scott and him have such completely different backgrounds.
Yeah.
And they're just like opposites attract kind of thing. It's just like
because they're into the same thing, even though they come from different places and different approaches to it. So they're like, so Scott will be like, I'd love to see Batman swinging an axe, and Greg Capullo's like already been drawing it for like 2 weeks, dude.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
The minute they did like metal and death metal, I was like, okay. Greg Capullo is without a shadow of a doubt one of my new favorite Batman artists, because he did that.
He's so into, like, I mean, background in Spawn. I mean, that guy is like metal is like, that's his thing. He wants everything to look rock and roll, and I'm like, that's right. So Batman with a guitar, it's like so awesome. I love it.
Great story about Greg and Spawn. Because at the time when they were hiring people, Todd was just looking at whatever, and if he liked your work, he called you. And Greg had done like nothing at that point. He was still living in a trailer park, and people knew that what Greg did on the side. So like Todd McFarlane called his house and was like, "Hi, this is Greg. This is Todd McFarlane with Image," and he was like, "Who the fuck is this really? Like, I don't have time for this bullshit. Whoever the fuck this is, who are you really?" This is Todd McFarlane with Image Comics. Like,
awesome. I love it.
So
that
was
character. Did you see that he actually commented and said like Blumhouse is like the first superhero movie they're going to be doing is Spawn, and it's going to be edgy. It's going to be different, and it's like we're all just kind of going like, dude, I mean, just make it like the books and make it like that fucking HBO.
Cartoon.
If they do the cartoon, if they do it in that tone and that style,
that's all they need. They have it
100%.
That cartoon's wild. I rewatch it every once in a while.
So do I.
Yeah.
And I love that. Like in the first season, there's very little action, and there's one fight with him and Violator at one point, but Violator kicks his ass, and then there's a shootout, but you barely see anything. They cut away, and then there's a scene where like he kills a child predator in the last episode, the Billy Kincaid story, and I'm like, this is wild. This isn't even like action packed. It's just spooky, creepy shit. Like, and I'm like, that's such the vibe of this character. Like he's not like that movie went very action with him, which I understand they're trying to sell it as an action movie, and they had a great actor. I think Michael Jai White's a perfect choice for Spawn.
100%.
And Keith David as the voice of him on the cartoons.
Dude,
more amazing.
I hope that Keith David has like a cameo in this new movie.
Yeah.
And I know we're supposed to
have him do Malbolge's voice.
What's that?
Yeah. Have him do Malbolge's voice or something.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Have him. You have to have him do something in the new movie. You have to, because I mean, well, he's got that voice, and then of course, just a legacy of Spawn. But Michael J. I mean, but I'm just kind of wondering. I mean, like with all the Jamie Foxx things that happened, hopefully everything's all good now, and he's still going to be down to play the character because that was announced like 3 years ago. I think
4 because I started a show.
That's right.
When I was living in LA, and then someone at Image, like Todd's people, was like, "Don't get too into the show yet because we are not even sure this movie's going to happen." Even though at that point they kept saying it's coming. So they were like, "Do us a favor and just kind of chill." And I'm like, "All right, I'll chill." And then I'm glad I did because otherwise I'd be 300 episodes into a show where there's no movie, so yeah,
the movie's just been, I mean, but the fact that he said that recently, and I'm like, all right, come on. I mean, just it doesn't have to be anything spectacular. You don't have to like do this crazy shit like they try to do with that, that first movie where they have to have all the, I mean, if they just base it on that cartoon series, it's so good. Just keep that atmosphere, that everything, just you have it right there. Just try to do something with that. That's all you need. You don't need to have like these crazy. I mean, even though some of those shots were cool in the Spawn movie where, he's just perched somewhere and his cape is just flowing, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, obviously it's 90s CGI, so it looks like it's,
Sure.
It looks like it's like muscle tendons that are like going down. I mean, obviously cape CGI capes are better now. Thank you, Zack Snyder, for making it a little bit better, so they could do something better with the cape. But if Jamie Foxx is attached to it still and it remains that way, it's going to help sell the fucking movie. And if they can make it with a small budget, they could have really a big winner and something different from what we've seen when it comes to superhero movies on the big screen. It has potential to be something pretty damn great.
I'd certainly hope that Michael Jai White also gets like a part or a small cameo,
or even John Leguizamo, because John Leguizamo was such a great clown. Oh my god, dude! Yeah.
Oh, you know who?
That's what they nailed so well with that movie. I mean, I'm not saying like other things didn't, but man, John Leguizamo as a clown was just like perfect.
Michael Jai White was perfect. Have him play Chapel.
Oh,
Michael Jai White. Yeah, if you want to tell the backstory, or have him play Jason Wynn if you don't want Chapel in the movie, because I think there's some legal rights with that character too.
Is there?
Jason Wynn?
No, Chapel. Chapel, because that's the reason why he wasn't in the first movie, and they came up with Priest, which is the girl assassin. They had to change that story because they couldn't use Chapel for. I think it was tied to Wildcats or something.
Okay, there's a lot, and I know like Angela or whatever is now
she's
under
owned
Marvel
by Neil
Comics.
Gaiman. Yeah, she's and Marvel. Yeah,
that was that whole debacle and all that stuff. I mean, for me personally, as far as all this goes, like in the day and age where you're essentially making $300 million movies like The Flash and Aquaman 2 that are gonna obviously lose money at this point, or have lost money,
right?
Less is more.
Exactly.
and people will respond to that. They responded to Joker because it wasn't trying to be like Infinity War. It was doing
Right.
something entirely different, you know.
Sure.
And you don't need to do a $30 million budget. I think you need to do a little bit higher for Spawn, just in terms of how supernatural he is, and you know, dealing with hell and all of that stuff. But I think from what I remember hearing, because I have a buddy that follows McFarlane and Spawn like religiously. He's got like every comic. I think he was hearing that like the original pitch was to do it from the perspective of Sam and Twitch. I think
originally.
Yeah.
Originally,
and you're not really sure what's. I mean, Spawn fans know, but like you don't really know what's going on, and they don't know what's going on, and they're just seeing all this wacky, weird stuff that's happening. And
he wrote it like 7. He tried to write it like 7, where it was these 2 detectives on a case. I don't think it was Billy Kincaid, but it was like a serial killer, and the serial killer is working for Malbolgia to like send innocent souls to hell, and it's disrupting things. And I think Spawn was like the proponent that kept coming in. They were thinking Spawn was the reason for these murders, and then they learn his backstory throughout the movie. So yeah, it sounded cool. Again, everything sounds good on paper sometimes, but I think trying to execute that, they had issues with that. So it's been rewritten, I think, a few times.
And if that's the case, then I think that's good, because I think people want to see Spawn. And I know it's cliche to say, but you got to concentrate most on the main. Again, I'm not a Spawn fanatic, but the big businessman, the bad guy.
Jason Wynn.
Jason Wynn. Yeah.
Don't do Martin Sheen, twirling mustache, crazy person. If you
that has a bomb strapped to his heart.
If you do
genius plan.
If you do the cartoon version, like that's, I mean, and this day and age too, where we know how corrupt everything truly is and how fucked everything's gotten, like Wynn is more relevant than he's ever been, like in how he operates and how he works. Like the whole point of almost the Spawn comics is that he's almost like an untouchable kingpin. He never can get caught because he knows fucking everybody. He's bought everyone out. And the whole thing is that Spawn almost will never beat him, basically. And I think at some point they get to that at some point, but that's like something like 200 plus issues in, or whatever.
It's way down there.
Yeah. But like more than enough time for the audience to think like, man, like they're never going to get this guy, but because he owns like everything. But that's the dynamic of Spawn and like that world and everything.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I like about like Al Simmons. He's an interesting character in the sense that he's not really the guy to like expose or reveal truths, and in a way he's kind of like, he's an excellent sniper and marine and soldier, but he's not like the guy to unveil everything. And that's why his journey, I think, is so interesting in the comics, because he's kind of this brute force tank that needs to learn how to think, because his whole thing is every time he uses powers, it's just doing exactly what Malbolgia wants. It's just it's pushing along the agenda of the devil. And so so he has that certain point, get to a point where he goes, okay, using my powers, that saves an innocent life or something like that, but I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and that's not good. I'm literally being a puppet. So I like that. I like someone, and that's his life, his real life. He figured out he was a puppet from the government, and people are pulling his strings, and he's got to relearn that in his afterlife, which is, I don't know. He's not a deep character. I'm not going to say the books are always written well either. This is just stuff I extrapolate that I like about Spawn, Yeah. But he's in Call of Duty right now, so if you guys play Call of Duty, you can play Spawn.
Spawn is just one of those like great pop culture. Like his design was always good. He was always like a fun character in terms of just like, he's someone that you want to root for, even though he's convoluted and like it's not always the best written, but it's just like he's fun. Like
And that's what it was always like. Even like when it going back to the 90s movie, it was like the design was great. Like even like the makeup and everything that they did, even though like Michael J. White went through hell, like being in that makeup, like just like Jesus Christ. I mean, I remember seeing the behind the scenes where he was just like just underneath everything, no matter what. I mean, obviously it was like pure hell for him, but it still looked really cool.
Yeah, well, the guy, I think the director, if I remember correctly, was a special effects person. So it would make sense that it's a good-looking special effects movie with like terrible dialogue and not the best adaptation of the work that like people came to love or whatever, because it was a hugely successful comic at the time. I mean, it still is, but for like the 90s, That's what it was.
They just got to make it, just don't overthink it. Keep that tone that, and I think with McFarlane being heavily involved, I remember at one point he was going to direct it, but then he was like, I'm not a director. Maybe I shouldn't do this, but I should be like, there you go. Act as like, hey, I'll be on set and make sure that everything like is looking the way that I was,
Yeah. I mean, at the time, because when did the movie come out? Was it 96,
97?
97.
Yeah. Like Batman and Robin, I don't think it had come out yet.
No.
Right? No. So, I mean, at that time, like comic book movies had been okay. Like Batman and Batman Returns had happened,
And Forever. Yeah. Forever.
Yeah. Forever was where they were starting the Hollywood was showing its. The Hollywood was going back and showing its true colors at that time. But in that time period, like McFarlane was probably like, well, the movies have been getting better now. They did Batman okay. He probably thought
and
like,
The Crow.
The Crow. Oh God,
The Crow. The Crow. Yeah.
Very, very good. And he probably what he thought was like, okay, if we get into a competent enough director who knows how to work this stuff, like because Todd's a businessman. He's probably just thinking like, okay, I've built the world. I've built the Bible. So just follow the Bible. I've already done the TV cartoon. Like it's not that hard.
I always love that how he did like an introduction to every episode.
Yeah, like the Crypt Keeper. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah,
it was so 90s, so 90s.
And he was drawing a page from a comic.
Yeah, he was always drawing it. Yeah. Like you see this young Todd McFarlane when he watched every episode of him like talking about something, and I mean that worked because he's such a character. Like he is. Like anytime you see him in an interview, like, and he's just so enthusiastic. He's so just a talkative guy. Like he
loves what he does. He's such a he's a big baseball fan. But he loves comic books, and you could talk to him about either one of those for years.
Oh yeah,
like, he won't even stop to drink water. He'll just keep talking.
Yeah,
and he was designed to be in this business. And that's why he flourishes in it, I think.
My favorite, one of my favorite stories of his, because he's such a big fanboy, is he had because Kirby was working with him for a brief period, and Kirby I forget exactly what the situation was, but he basically had like he had gotten something back from Kirby, and it was Kirby like readjusting something, and it was like he had on the paper was the racings of Kirby had when he had fixed everything. So like Todd saved the remnants of that because it was Kirby doing it. Because to him, Kirby. I mean, well, Kirby is a god, but
Kirby's
like
king,
yeah. So I mean, like to hear that always makes me get a big smile. And then there's the video too where I think it's him and Liefeld, and they're hanging out with Stan Lee, and they're making like the killer guy who's trying to destroy Spawn or something, and like Todd and Liefeld are talking about it, but Stan is like doing what Stan does, and he's like mocking it at the same time while praising it. Like, wow, that's really cool. I don't understand. How do they get into this if they need to use the bathroom or whatever? So like it's just all these jokes. But yeah, like he's but again, like you can tell that Todd is just loving being in that world and doing all this stuff for sure.
He does, and he's got quite the knowledge of stuff. Like he's having a blast doing these DC figures, which is why I don't mind still buying him, even though I've sold a lot of collection stuff recently to pay bills and help with my dog and stuff. But the McFarlane stuff I've been keeping, and I just switch out which figures I have on display. And I love supporting the guy because he'll tell you, like he makes Instagram videos. He's like, hey guys, this new Spawn figure's coming out, and this new Batman figure's coming out, and this is Abyss from the latest run by so and so. Like he gets into that stuff.
Look at the recent video with the Batman and Robin run.
Yeah.
They did the whole like
they
showing
zoom in on the butts and
like they're getting ready to go, and they're doing like the whole Schumacher, like the Dutch tilts and everything like that, and like doing that whole thing. And I was like, this is fantastic. I mean, I want all these. I mean, Batman and Robin's a joke in a lot of people's eyes, but at the same time, it's like I want to get the McFarlane figure.
I know, I want those toys. I do. And if they do Batman Forever, even though that's the movie I'm not a huge fan of either, although I do like parts of it, I'll buy those too, because it's like to see those versions of Two-Face and Riddler in action figure form. I'm excited.
I'm sure that's coming. It's just kind of funny that they went to Batman and Robin.
He's going backwards, I think.
Yeah.
I
think they're like testing the waters. Like, hey, let's do this one.
Do the worst one first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do the worst one first. But another thing I wanted to bring up too is hey, Matthew Vaughn's been talking a lot. I know, Phil. Yeah, I knew you were gonna. I knew you were gonna do that when his name up.
Yeah. All right, I'll go first. Phil.
Okay.
Take a breath, Phil.
So I'm very mixed on Vaughn because
can you tell me what he said real quick? Because I have no idea. What
he's just been talking that he's been basically talking with James Gunn. And it's known that him and Mark Millar had like a spec script or something for Superman at some point. I don't know if it was for Henry Cavill's iteration or if
it was before. It was before Man of Steel. He basically said that they had a pitch for a Superman trilogy. And one of the big changes, which is not the first time that this. I think JJ's Superman had this kind of almost similar thing where Krypton doesn't blow up in the beginning.
Yeah,
like story.
What?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't blow up. Yeah.
JJ's version, Flyby, had it so that the Kents died very early, and it was by accidental death from Clark, because Clark is so powerful. Like, his powers develop early in this version, and he accidentally kills them through something. I don't know what the cause of death is, but like they die, and he just has to kind of go on the run. I don't know if he's like wanted for murder, but like he just kind of is like, well, I gotta pack up now and figure out, because I just killed Mom and Pa. So I was like, okay, hearing that was like different.
Seeks loving this.
Lex Luthor was like some kind of agent or something. I don't even remember.
It was very off the cuff. But Matthew Vaughn mentioned that, like, Krypton did not blow up.
Zod and Brainiac were like teaming up as like one group, I think, or something, or for Vaughn's interpretation. But for me personally, as a movie guy, as a superhero guy, like Matthew Vaughn for me is kind of a mixed bag, because to be honest with you, like I enjoyed the first Kick-Ass movie. I was really pleasantly surprised by that film. I like Stardust, and the first Kingsman movie was really cool, and of course X-Men First Class I thought was a really good reinterpretation of the X-Men at that time,
right?
And what they were doing and everything, and then of course his contributions to Days of Future Past, even though Bryan Singer took over directing duties, and then the later half of his career started, and I started to notice too, his writing partner Jane Goldman, I think, is also a huge factor in his success, quite honestly, because I think she brings a little bit more gravitas to his stuff, because I think what Matthew Vaughn does as a director is he knows all of he knows the shots, he knows like the the fun aspect of the film.
Sure.
But I always felt that Jane Goldman and him worked together as a team, because once she kind of started to veer away from that, like his movie started to go down dramatically. This Golden Circle, I felt, was a sequel to Kingsman, in that it was trying to do too much in one movie, and there was a lot of choices that I was just not really feeling in the movie, like in terms of like certain characters dying off and stuff like that. And then they went back and they tried to do a prequel to Kingsman, and that was a whole mixed bag. And it was definitely more of a style over substance type of movie. There's a whole scene, I think, with Rasputin, and like the Ralph Fiennes character is getting like, there's something sexual happening. I don't even remember what it was, but it was weird. It was a really weird scene. And I've seen the trailers for Argyle, and it looks more or less like the same type of like, this is a goofy spy movie, and I'm just like, I'm not feeling it.
I do like the fact that it's like, okay, so because at first we're like, what the hell is going on here with Cavill's hair? And then it's like, oh, well, he's a fictional character in the story that Bryce Dallas Howard's character is like writing. And then it's like that whole aspect. I'm like, all right, I'm intrigued because there's like the twist, even though I would have preferred finding that out as I was watching the movie, but of course they have to sell the movie. I get that. So I'm like, all right, well, that makes sense that they make Cavill's character look ridiculous, like a little bit more ridiculous, because it's a fictional kind of thing. And I'm like, all right, so I'm intrigued by that aspect of it, because it reminds me of like Stranger Than Fiction with Will Ferrell kind of thing. So like I'm intrigued by that. I mean, I guess I defend Vaughn more because I even like when it comes to the second Kingsman, even the third one, I'm like, all right. I mean, yeah, it does trickle down. It does.
Yeah.
Like the first one's great, second one goes down, and then this one goes down. I'm like, okay, but then I like the kick-ass both movies. I actually enjoyed both movies.
I don't mind two. I just was talking primarily movies directed by Vaughn. But yeah, two's fine. It's the comic is also.
But you do bring up a good point that it is a little bit of a mixed bag because yeah, when it comes to like, I mean, First Class is like a lot of people would say like that, you know, that's one of the best X-Men movies, in the way that he handled that. I mean, but then it was also kind of crazy what he mentioned at New York Comic Con about how like he was supposed to direct the third X-Men movie, and he got that like fake script that they were sending to Halle Berry. Yep. Did you hear about this?
Yeah,
it was really weird.
Where they were going to be like, oh yeah, the opening scene is going to be like Storm saving these kids from Africa or from like dying of thirst. They have no water, and she was going to do that, which sounds, and I agree with them. I'm like, that sounds like a cool scene that they could have done, but they're like, oh yeah, we're going to send that to her to get her to sign up and then throw it away. That just was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's legal, but
I know. And then I'm kind of wondering, is he making that up?
I honestly don't know. And I mean, he's talking about X-Men Apocalypse, not X3 Last Stand or
no, he was talking about X3.
Oh, X3. Well, Last Stand was fucking god awful. So I think I think Fox got karma on that one for sure.
Yeah, they definitely
did. Yeah, but no, like I said, I don't dislike Matthew Vaughn in terms. I just feel like his work's kind of been going downhill a little bit. I think also because of Jane Goldman kind of not being in that partnership as much. There's what's the other movie that he did? It was with Daniel Craig.
Oh, Layer Cake.
Layer Cake. Layer Cake was cool too.
I like Layer Cake. Yeah.
But regardless, I still feel because also he's friends with Mark Millar. I feel like they're. And again, I'm trying to not to compare to Zach, but like, you know, at the same time, I don't think they're going to make like a compelling, I feel like they want to go in the more traditional Superman that they grew up with, which is more of the kind of like the happy-go-luke, you know, Superman, which I'm kind of over at this point. Like, I kind of want him to be a more, you know, like happy character, but like a serious character. Like he's, you know, like, you know, he doesn't have to be the smartest guy in the room, but he has to be someone that is not like, you know, that feels
he can't be perfect. You know, like that's the thing is I think a lot of times people when they have their vision of Superman, he's perfect. They're thinking of like it's kind of like Batman. They'll go, he's the greatest detective, he's this and that. But there are, when you're making movies and interpreting, they can't be that right from the start because then they don't have anywhere to go as characters. Right.
I was going to say, actually, I just thought of a good comparison. Have you guys seen the Gary Ross movie Pleasantville, right? Where it's black and white.
Oh,
and color. Yeah. Right. If you guys remember Paul Walker's in that movie at the beginning, he plays like the lovable jock at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I think of that character when I think of them doing like a, you know, like a happy-go-luke type of character. Because you look at that character, you look at the Paul Walker character, and he's just happy and innocent. The whole point in Pleasantville is that they're innocent in general. Like they don't know about anything else out in the outside world, essentially. Sure. But you look at the Paul Walker character, and like nothing's going on behind the eyes. He's just like, you know, and that's what I think of.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when people because sometimes when people are passionate about that version of Superman, they only bring up these like trivial things that that really don't like. Yes, they're a part of the character.
Saving cats from trees.
Yeah, like
smiling like a freak.
Yeah, like those are all aspects of Superman for sure. But none of those, I feel, define Superman. What defines Superman is the choices he makes.
Right.
You know, and so if you write a story where he makes choices that elicit a response out of you, especially like maybe a hopeful one. But it doesn't always have to be hopeful. Sometimes, I don't know. I don't always agree with Superman. You know, like, but
you're not supposed to.
You're right. Like he has to be this. Like the world has made him this thing, this pinnacle. Even in his world, people are like Superman. He's the gold standard of everything, and he is still just a guy from Kansas. You know, like yes, he's an alien too, but he has very humble origins. So being this like, there's statues of him, there's all these things. I feel like Clark is, he probably struggles with that on some level. So but again, everyone has their take on Superman, but I like a Superman that does those things like the cat and tree and stuff. But like, I just read the newest issue of Superman, The Chained, by Joshua Williamson, and they open the book up with the scene where Superman is sitting at this construction site having a sandwich with a guy that works at the construction site. And in their conversation, you find out that this was a guy who was a criminal that Superman caught, and the guy went to jail. Cool. And then the guy got out because he was doing good behavior, and Superman ended up vouching for him, saying like, I think he was just in the wrong place, wrong time, got caught up with the wrong people. And I'm like, that's cool. That's a nice little thing. You know, the Superman, All-Star Superman thing where he's holding the girl who wants to commit suicide. Like, all of those are great, iconic moments of the character. But there's also, even though I don't agree with it, there's the scene from the comic where Superman and John Byrne's run where he kills Zod and his followers from another dimension. You know, it's like that, but that's part of Superman too. So you can't only accept the good things and say you don't want the bad things when it comes to a character. And that's where I think people get caught up. They just want their perfect version. This is but it took 80 years for you to come up with that perfect version. So that 80 years, there's a lot of imperfections in there, and those are okay to explore in movies too. You know? And I think those are interesting to explore. So
and again, back to the you know, like I bring up the DC animated universe all the time. Like we were talking earlier, like with, you know, they do it so that you see Superman the animated series, and then by the time he gets to the Justice League stuff, like just the Justice Lords in general, they make a point that, you know, Superman has gotten too high up, and Luthor taunts the Justice Lords version because he hasn't become that yet. But he's like, you're gonna miss it. Like if you kill me, you'll ruin your own image, and you'll miss the cheering crowds and the you know, and all of the children happy to see you. And he's like, well, if it brings it to this, then he makes that choice and kills Luthor, and then it goes to Justice Lords. But even that comes back around too, because like I think it's the Luthor Brainiac team up.
Fusion,
and they make like the Justice Lords Brainiacs to attack them, and you can see it's still affecting that version of Superman, because he's like, I'll never be you, and he's like beating the crap out of it. So it's like, but I like that. I like testing Superman in that sense, that, you know, he's a good man, but like he's an alien, but to us he is a man. Like he's trying his best to do the best for everyone.
He's emotional. That's the thing is, Clark's kind of an emotional guy sometimes, and that's an interesting aspect of him, because he comes from a race of people, like, in depending on what version, you know, Kryptonians are controlled. They're like, well, you exist to do this job, and you exist to. They're kind of automatons in a way. And he's in one version. He's like in the John Byrne version or the Zack Snyder version. He's the first of a free thinking type of, where he could be anything, where choices can come to him. And that's interesting. Then there's a side where he comes from a world that isn't so controlled, and they are just as flawed as humanity is. And so there's so many ways to interpret that story. But that's interesting. I didn't know about the planet not blowing up. That's kind of funny. I've never heard a version of Superman that doesn't have that aspect.
Yeah, it's like
that's certainly a take. That's for sure. But
certainly a take. And then he also said that Star Wars should be rebooted.
So tell me some of the stuff he said, just so I can chime in, because I'm
just basically just saying, like, you know, that basically Star Wars, you know, when it comes to Skywalker and everybody, they should just reboot
those, and focus solely on the Skywalker saga.
And it's just like, I think people just want new Star Wars stories, dude. I think that's what it is. Like, I disagree with them wholeheartedly here. It's like, the fact of the matter is like, okay, do we really want Disney to reboot?
No,
we don't. We just want newer stories, and, you know, sometimes they could maybe hit it a little bit, you know, not always, let's face it, but, you know, and they keep on harking back to the Skywalker saga, and it's like, no, we want to get away from it, you know?
Yeah. The bigger problem too with, like, because I'm assuming when he says reboot Star Wars, he's talking like the original trilogy. But I mean, first off, like most cinephiles and Star Wars fans, most of them would agree that that's sacrilege. Well, for one. And the other problem is that you're talking about Star Wars, one of the most influential film series of all time. So even rebooting it, you're just going to make another version of someone who's already tried to retell Star Wars without doing Star Wars, basically. You know, so like,
not smart.
Yeah, you're going to run into like so many fucking problems and wasting a lot of money and everyone's time, for sure.
Nah, you don't do that. You do what Zack Snyder's doing with Rebel Moon. And let's face it, man. I mean, like when it comes to this, let's look at some of this right here. Come on, look at that.
Very nice.
Yes,
very nice.
House of the Blood Axe. Pretty cool comic book covers.
Dope.
Yeah, I think this one is the best drawn one for sure. I mean, obviously it's different styles.
So, I've looked a little into the lore. The girl on the cover, now, are they supposed to be brother and sister? Him and her
well,
and
I mean,
Fisher?
she's supposed to be like, you know, it's whatever. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be. I think they're supposed to be some kind of relation. I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So
well, either way, it looks awesome. So
yes,
the art's great.
The art is great, and you know, just the fact that this. I mean, again, this is what we've been talking about. Is the fact that it's not, I mean, he's not just making a movie, a Star Wars movie. He's building a whole freaking universe right here. And obviously these books that are coming out January next year, January 10th, actually, it's just pretty cool. And then of course you got this, this right here, which is, you know, different style. Love it. I don't even know which character this is, to be honest.
No idea.
Yeah. But it's cool because you got some ships right here. Interesting looking ships. They almost look like robots with arms. I don't know. But
if they're building a universe, maybe these are characters that only show up briefly in the movies.
Could be.
You know, and then this is like a little backstory that sets up. Yeah.
I read a little bit into the article or just stuff that was on Twitter. From what it seems like is that basically they did as much as they could within, you know, what they wrote for the Rebel Moon 1 and 2 there. But essentially a lot of the background information was still kind of vague. And so they kind of just let the comic book writers and artists kind of like, you know, make it up a little bit. And then they of course they had to run it by Zack first. And Zack was pretty open-minded and was like, yeah, let's fucking do that. That sounds cool. Let's go with that and do this and do that.
He sounds like a great collaborator. That's the two things I've heard about him, especially from your guys' show, but from other people that I know that have worked with him. They'll say like, if you have an idea, he's all ears. And if it's something that's plausible, that makes sense, and it works, he's like, let's do it, you know. And that's what movie making is. It's a collaboration, you know. So that's cool.
Yeah,
you know,
well, I mean, he's not confrontational either. I mean, he's not like, no, that sucks, and blah blah
blah. He didn't shoot an idea down. Yeah.
No. He might think of an idea and be like, well, maybe if we take that idea and do something like this with it or something like that. I don't know. I mean, he's just that's just from what I gathered, and even talking to the dude. I mean, it just seems like he's open to every idea. Is he going to like every idea? Probably not. But he's not going to be confrontational against an idea. Yeah, nothing like that.
Right.
No, he's not going to be like, no, that sucks. No, he's going to be like, he's going to be like, that's interesting. Maybe if we did this with that or something like that. This cover right here is pretty cool too. I'm like,
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, immediately I'm just thinking of that something I just saw in passing. It was yesterday or the day before, the interview that Alan Heinberg had. How he landed the writing gig on Wonder Woman. He, you know, gave his idea to Zack, and he was like, I thought I wasn't going to get the job, and then Zack Snyder called me up and said, yeah, we want to do your
big mistake not having him on the second one.
Oh
yeah,
that guy's
what?
Like, because his writing is, I mean, like, I met him a few times. He's the coolest guy, Alan Heinberg, and I love Young Avengers. It's the only thing outside of supernatural characters that I want to see the Marvel Universe do is Young Avengers, and I loved his Wonder Woman run was different, but it was a nice callback to the time in the comics where she had the white spy suit. Like, I mean, he's an interesting writer, and he was a smart grab to get that first movie. I don't know why you would ever not hire that guy back.
It's really easy to just be a better writer than Mark Millar. It's so easy.
Mark Millar has two ideas, and he just keeps recycling them.
Oh my god!
I get tired of it.
He helped. Did he help with Jupiter Ascending? Right.
That's his
Jupiter or whatever.
brainchild.
What was that? Not Jupiter.
No,
Ascending.
no. You're thinking of Jupiter's Legacy.
Legacy.
I mean, there's
Legacy.
Ending was the Wachowski.
Movie.
Well, yeah,
There was
Jupiter
the
Ascending
Channing
is-
Tatum movie, amazing.
Yes. Oh yeah. Back to Channing Tatum.
Yeah. Speaking of Channing Tatum, I want to just give that real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I could see him being an actual like he could probably pull off Hal if like given the right direction and writing and stuff. But I honestly see him as a more like it's more. I think it'd be easier for him in terms of like his natural acting ability to do Guy Gardner.
Yep.
I mean, Guy Gardner.
We're on the
is
same
like
page.
that.
My friend has
Too late, though.
he fan casted Guy Gardner with The Perfect Actor maybe 10 years ago, which is and I can't unsee it now. So to me, Guy Gardner will always be Stifler from
Sean William Scott.
Scott. I'm like that forever will be Guy Gardner to me, and I wish.
Damn.
I wish.
That's
Yeah,
great. That is
not
really
bad.
great.
That's not bad at
Sean
all.
William Scott would be a good Booster Gold, I think.
Oh, yeah. I like
That's
that.
another character. If you're kind of a schmarmy dick, you could be a great Booster Gold, and that's a movie. His origin is so unlike any other comic book that I'm like, where is that movie? Like, I want that movie so badly. It's like, what a cool so it's like I imagine watching it in the theater. It's like, oh, so this guy's a douchebag sports player from the future who gambled on himself and threw the game and got exposed, and now he's a janitor at a superhero museum, and he meets a robot, and they go back in time, and so he could change his life and be loved by people again, like he was when he played sports. I'm like, that's such a douchey thing
to do. Yeah.
It's like you got the power of time travel, and you go back for the most selfish thing.
Yeah,
it's so perfect. It's so perfect.
But he becomes like
a
hero. Yeah,
that 52 storyline I love.
Yeah.
With 52 with Booster,
and
so good.
And the episode in Justice League Unlimited is one of
I
my
love
favorites.
that.
And the fact that he gets mistaken for Green Lantern
All
is like
the
a running
hilarious.
joke.
It's
Yeah.
so hilarious.
It's so good.
So,
It's so good.
That's why they're. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but Sean William Scott, I think, could play it where you could find him to be the relatable, funny douche, but then you actually like him as a character and as a person as he gets to be better.
Because I love Guy Gardner. He's a great character.
Yeah, but even going back to Booster Gold, people are even talking about like I remember fan casting Glenn Powell.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
you could totally do it.
Yeah, and then of course, did you guys see that new trailer?
Is that the Sydney Sweeney thing?
Yeah,
I didn't see it yet. I remember seeing like behind the scenes photos when they were like, because it's a rom-com, right? Isn't that what the movie is?
Well, if you watch the trailer, nobody knows what the fuck it is. Even the poster, it's like, what the fuck is even this poster here? I'll even pull it up.
Okay. Yeah, I saw I saw you comment on.
Oh yeah, I had my grievances about.
I had a good chuckle at that.
Oh my god! I mean, there's the poster right there. I mean, it's just, to me, it seems like, okay, come look at the pretty people. Yeah. I mean, what is this? I mean, there's nothing unique about it. And then of course I get annoyed because her name is right there and he's standing right there. It's like, can you put the names where the fucking actors are actually at?
Yeah, they always do that.
They always do that because
you could have flipped that image of them easily.
Yeah, you could have easily flipped the image. It wouldn't, because this poster it's not anything. It's not anything.
They only look like the perfect couple. Are they killers?
Apparently they had a bad date, but they have to like keep the jig up. I don't know. Like, if you watch the trailer, it is not good. And it just seems like, hey, these are two pretty people. Come watch the movie. You might like it. I want to be pleasantly surprised. I would like to be, but holy shit, am I not? Because as much as I get it, Sydney Sweeney, she's gorgeous, she's hot, everything like that. But I still am going, all right, well, I didn't watch Euphoria, so I guess I'm just out of that realm. What the hell's, like, what is she? To me, she just looks like she has resting bitch face all the time, And I'm like, okay, I get it, though. She has a good, she's hot, okay, but it's like, what is going on? I don't know. And she's supposed to be in Madam Web, which is still a thing. And I'm like, well, okay, cool. I mean, it seems like she's supposed to be this new it girl, but I'm like, I'm not seeing it yet.
Well, it's working out really well for Rachel Zegler, so this will probably
same with her.
Zing.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I just saw that what you just showed me is the first time I mean, who knows? You know what? The sad thing is,
if you see that poster, are you just kind of going like, "What the fuck is that? That doesn't even look like anything."
But
right?
I'm not whatever the target audience is for that movie. I'm not it, and so I'm not going to lose sleep over it existing. But you watch, that'll be someone's favorite movie. Someone's going to they're going to interview in 15 years. They're going to say, "What got you in the film industry?" And they'll be like, "Anyone But You. I saw that opening day. I loved it. It's my favorite movie ever. And now I'm directing movies." And you're just going to load that shotgun and put it right in your mouth.
No. What I mean, this is what I love about movies. It's like, if you're going to show me something shit, like the teaser trailer is shit, the poster is shit, I don't know what the hell is happening. But if I end up going to see the movie and I walk out going, holy shit, that was good, because it is R-rated, which I'm like, whoa, okay, it's R-rated. So I'm like, all right, so nudity, cool, probably. Okay.
Did you see his dick in it?
I know. I can't wait for that. I've been wanting that since Top Gun Maverick.
You gonna be a Green Lantern ring on it?
Yeah, I know, right?
He really is the Hangman.
Yeah. There it is. Nice one. I like that. That was a good dinger.
Nice.
No, but I'm just like, but I want it to surprise me, because right now it's just like, I am just scratching my head going, I don't even, what the fuck is this? Right.
I've seen Euphoria, so I can kind of, I need to see the trailer. I didn't know the trailer was out, so I'll have to
the trailer's out, and it's weird.
I haven't seen Euphoria, but I do think that Sydney Sweeney is a good actress, and I know this because granted the show fell off hard, but she was in Handmaid's Tale, I think in the first or second season.
Okay.
And they're in the fucked up society that they make, they hand off like 14, 15-year-old girls to guys who are like in their top military to be like their future wives, basically, or something like that. And she plays a girl who is completely raised in this this weird new society, so she's completely brainwashed. She's already been told that, like, if he looks like he's losing his mind, or he's looking like he's empathetic, you got to report it to us, and all this other stuff. And she ends up getting, spoiler, she ends up getting killed and this whole thing. But she had like a 4 or 5 episode arc. And like, I was in it. Like, I totally believed that she was that character. And, she wasn't doing any of like the sexy Sydney Sweeney stuff, because she was like very repressed, wearing like the very, very like traditional clothing and stuff like that. So I'm looking at her as the character. And so I was invested in that. And then later she just became sort of this like sex icon. So I was like, okay, but I haven't watched any of Euphoria. I've heard it's good. I've heard she's great in it.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, I have not watched really anything, just clips. I've seen clips and I'm like, okay, I get it, but I don't know if I can get into that show. It just seems a little, I don't know, maybe eventually I'll get into it.
If you've ever watched Degrassi, it's Degrassi with more drugs.
Okay.
That's the best way I can say it. But then again,
Degrassi's great.
Degrassi is great.
I besides, like, I get it, she's hot, okay, sure, but at the same time, I'm just like, I have not jumped onto the Sydney Sweeney train. I just have not. And I'm like, when I saw this trailer,
you'll see anyone but you, you'll be on that train. You'll be driving the train,
guys. I think we're freaking out. Like, this is just a regular, let's make a sexy people movie and sell, and let's make it R-rated so it'll actually sell.
Don't say we. I'm not.
But also, let's stick your names on the poster just to deliberately piss Dave off.
Who doesn't give a shit.
Right, exactly. We're gonna meet like in Texas, and we're gonna watch this.
Look, like Anne Hathaway is a terrific actress, and she did The Vow with Channing Tatum. These things they pop up.
No. That's okay. I'm not trying to shit on. I hope it surprises me. I want it to, because the fact that the only thing that's like giving me hope that it's R-rated, and I'm like, okay, so, but the trailer didn't show much. You don't even know really what's going on, and it was just kind of like had this weird music, and it was like, okay, that they don't like each other. She like slaps him in the balls at one point. Like, this scene right here, I think, is when it happens, like with the poster. Like, she just like kind of teases him, like, something, and then she just smacks him like right in the crotch, and she goes, or something like that. It was like, oh, I'm like, okay, interesting. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. I hope it surprises me.
That's all right. to double back on another thing. I mean, you guys mentioned Matthew Vaughn. The more that man talks, the less I.
Did he direct Anyone But You?
Oh, he might have. I don't know. But the more he talks, the less I'm inclined to watch anything he makes, because man, that guy just doesn't get it at all. Like his whole Superman pitch with Mark Millar, number one, I was like, oh, okay, you want to talk about making a bright, colorful Superman movie, but then you completely want to change and alter a fundamental aspect of what makes this character work, just so you can be like, oh, it's different. It's like, okay, there's a reason why Warner Brothers went, yeah, no, we're not interested in that. Number one. Number two, you want to reboot Star Wars. I don't even want to entertain that idea, because that is just foolish on so many different levels. Number three, Argyle looks just like the Kingsman movies. I haven't watched a single frame of a Kingsman movie, because to me, those movies are nothing but British fuckboys trying to be Bond.
Oh, what do you dude? It has one of the best like one-shot action sequences.
I will say Kingsman 1. Yeah, Kingsman 1 is worth your time. If you look at it as a movie that is both having fun and satire with James, like classic James Bond, you're fine.
It's great.
Okay.
Kingsman 2 was like trying to be Spy Kids for some fucking reason. I don't know what happened, but like
started off strong and it dips.
Oh yeah, it goes.
It starts really off great with like this chase sequence that I thought was pretty good, but then it just
it completely lost the script or the whatever they were trying to do.
Yeah, that whole island thing was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't mind the villain's plot. I thought that was kind of interesting, but it didn't save the movie. It was just like, okay. Yeah. And then like, okay, we fucked that up, so let's do a prequel. And I'm like, oh, cool, we're doing like World War I. Like, oh, and they got Ray Fiennes, they got this, cool, let's see where this goes. And then it's just like schlock. And I'm like, okay, cool. We're going for okay. I'll sum the movie up here. Like this sums up the whole movie, like in terms of like their thinking, which is like the whole point that they make in the original Kingsman is that these men lost their sons in World War I, and it impacted them so greatly. They created their own secret, like, MI6 essentially to take care of things. And it's like, okay, cool. That's a cool idea. And so you see that in this movie. And I was like, awesome. So like, the original founder, who I think is Ray I saw it a long time ago. Yeah.
Ray Fiennes, yeah.
His son is like, he's rich. His son is rich. His son wants to fight in World War I, and he's like, well, no, because you're my only son, and if you die, that's it. Like I can't lose you. So then he makes Kingsman, and his son comes with him, and they do a Kingsman mission, which is terrible. It's not great. Like there's a lot of weird shit that happens in it. But anyway, they finish the mission. They're successful. They're on a train going back home. And he's basically like, well, this is it. We've done it. We've made Kingsman and we can do this. So like, you're so contributing to the country without having to go to war. And then his son's like, fuck you, Dad. I'm still going to go to war. And then he does. And he gets shot in the fucking head. And I'm sitting there in the theater like, what was the point of all of the last hour? I don't understand.
Good God.
Yeah, like that's
good God.
That's like one part of the movie. And so I don't know what I saw. I don't know their thought process from 8. But again, Jane Goldman not being in the writer's room clearly like had an effect on
an impact. Yeah.
Yeah.
The King's Man, was
the
not.
King's Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no.
Like the Golden Circle started off strong and then it just kind of
The best part of the whole thing, and when I mean best part, I mean like laugh out loud ridiculous.
The end credits.
Yeah, they try to do an Avengers style like after credits, and they tease Adolf Hitler setting up World War II. And then Matthew Vaughn in an interview came forward. He's like, "Oh yeah, if we do another one, that's what I set up. So we're gonna do Adolf Hitler becoming in World War II." And I'm like, you realize how horrible like that is, right? Like how like so many real events have been just transpired by this person, and like there's still living descendants of like what this guy
well, Tarantino did it kind of.
Yeah, but
he did it in a different way, of course.
Yeah. Tarantino makes a point consistently that his movies take place in an alternate timeline universe, or like his whole thing. I feel because like Django, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and Inglourious Bastards, they never make a point to make these bad guys look like. Well, I mean, there is Christoph Waltz, but like they don't make them out to be like, they make a point to focus on like Hitler getting the crap shot out of him and stuff like that. They make sure to show the Nazis blowing up. They make sure to make the Manson family look like a bunch of idiots who get killed and beat the fuck up by Cliff Booth. You know, like they have Django shoot the crap out of everybody in, you know, on Candyland. You know, like it's like when Mel Brooks made Blazing Saddles, and it's like they'll accuse Blazing Saddles of being racist, and it's like, no. Like the racists in that are Elmer Fudd's and, you know, Sam and Sam. Like it's a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and Bugs Bunny is the sheriff. Like who's the black guy? He's the smart one. He like him and Gene Wilder are the smartest characters in that movie.
But I shoot with this hand. Yeah. my favorite gag. I love that so much.
Yeah. No, and literally just because Mel Brooks loves subtext, he literally has a Bugs Bunny style moment where he gives Mongo like a bomb in a candy box, and then does the Looney Tunes music after the black sheriff leaves.
Right.
So it's like,
yeah. There's just a way of doing it.
Well, it's like I see people do that where when they critique stuff, they'll say like, well, I don't like this villain because they were too vile in this way. And I'm like, right. The villain was.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so good job. Right. You're not supposed to like the villain. Well, but I was really hoping to sympathize or understand them. Why? Like sometimes bad is just bad. And, it, you know, and so it's, I don't know. It's funny. I like watching people's reviews of stuff. That's how I ended up on Film Junkies channel. Was I just like hearing people talk about stuff and what they pick out of, you know, things, because I don't know. People's minds are interesting to me, where they go like, oh, this, I don't like villains that you can't sympathize with. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because I like villains that you want them to die, you know, like not all the time. Yeah, there can be nuance with villains and stuff. Like I love Smallville, the way they develop Lex Luthor and that. Like you really don't, because you like Michael Rosenbaum so much, you don't want him to become Lex Luthor. You're kind of like, dude, listen to Clark, but then Clark has to do I'm hiding a secret from him, and you know that upsets Luthor because he's like, oh, you're not being honest with me. So I don't know, but I like all that stuff, and so. Hearing you talk about Kingsman, that was funny. I like the first movie. I recommend Phil watch it, but I agree. You can stop after the first one.
Right.
Yeah.
But okay,
I don't know.
Or watch the beginning of the.
But don't. I mean, if you don't like Matthew Vaughn,
Pedro Pascal is in the second.
It's tough for me because like I think Kick-Ass is pretty
Tatum.
funny.
Yeah.
Fair point. Yeah. I
there's
also
been so much Channing Tatum talk. Sorry.
I like First
Not
Class.
my taste.
I forgot that he was in the second one.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but so
like.
there's. Oh, sorry, Phil. Sorry.
I was just going to say real quick, I do like First Class. I think that's probably one of the better X-Men movies, and I do think that what was it, the other one, Kick-Ass? I think Kick-Ass is actually quite brilliant, despite the fact that it is a Mark Millar book. Honestly, the only Mark Millar book I think is actually worth reading is probably Kick-Ass, if I'm being brutally honest. That's, again, my humble opinion, because you know, we're talking about a guy who wanted to keep him on Krypton, and then another guy who made Superman a literal communist. So it's like, let's just not go with their pitch.
Well,
and yet they are so just so hard on the idea. Like, yeah, we can do Superman. It's like, no, you can't. Just stop. And now, like, there's even that little blurb that came out about the whole credit of Guardians of the Galaxy with Nicole Perlman and James Gunn, and her throwing a fuck James Gunn party. And then there's that little bit from Zach Stentz at the end where apparently Matthew Vaughn had like a temper tantrum over them getting writers credits. And it's like, you know, this guy, to me, like, his ego is just on full blast, and it wouldn't at all shock me to see him direct The Authority, because that is very much in the wheelhouse of Matthew Vaughn. That's all I have to say about Matthew Vaughn.
Well, his professionalism doesn't seem to be consistent, obviously.
Yes.
But one thing I'll say about Mark Millar real quick, and I want to hear what Paul has to say, is Mark Millar killed it on Superman Adventures. Like, that comic book, which tied into the animated series, was amazing. But since then, I haven't, like, I'm like, what happened to that Mark Millar? He became some weird, jaded, edgelordy teenager after that. Yeah.
So I'm kind of in the middle, guys, because I understand where Phil is coming from, and I understand where you're coming from for sure. I mean, there was a time where I read a lot of Mark Millar. Like, I have a lot of his I even have the booklets of the Superman Adventures where they collected the little minis and stuff like that at one point. And I've read Superman Red Sun. I've read a lot of his independent stuff, Kick-Ass, everything. I think the thing is, to be fair, he's always been an edgelord, though. I want to make that very clear, because whether his stuff on Authority or If you want to get a real idea of early edgelord Miller, read Wanted. Like
Wanted sucks.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's the movie I think is like ridiculous. The comic is all over the map though, and I think the comic. I don't know about now because we've seen so many weird things now, and I don't know if it would work as well. But if it had come out in like if they had adapted the actual comic instead of that weird movie, I think it would have been something like interesting. It would have been like a time capsule type of film. But as far as Matthew Vaughn goes, in terms of these things, is like he himself is kind of getting kind of weird because what we're talking about like the execution of things, right?
Yes.
If you look at X-Men First Class and even Kick-Ass, the reason why we enjoy those movies is because it's this fun world, but those villains like Sebastian Shaw and the gangster that
Mark Strong
plays. Thank you.
Yeah.
They're legit threats. They will take a gun and they will shoot you in the head, or they will, absorb you or whatever. Like, but they are legit threats.
Mm-hmm.
Adolf Hitler and Rasputin in like the last Kingsman movie are literal cartoons, and that works. That works to a degree with that works to a little degree with saying like Blazing Saddles, because Blazing Saddles is a cartoon. They break the fourth wall repeatedly in that movie. That movie subtext is completely like out the door. Like it knows exactly what type of movie it's being. But like Kingsman is trying to take itself seriously, but then they have the villains be cartoons, which I think is crazy to a degree because in like 2010, 2011, I remember Kevin Bacon saying that he would be trying to kind of villain it up for Sebastian Shaw, and Matthew Vaughn would direct him, don't twirl your mustache, be serious and direct. So now we cut to this, and the characters are literal cartoons, or literal
180.
Yeah, it's really, really weird to me. So
but do you think that he wanted to change it up? Like for X-Men, he didn't want that, but for this, he was like, "Fuck it, let's make it like that." Maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know.
But the weird thing is, is like the Samuel L. Jackson character in Kingsman 1, he is kind of cartoonish, but I see him as a legit. I even agree with him on certain things because he's looking at it from an environmental standpoint. He's like, there's too many people, the environment is collapsing. But of course, his solution, being a billionaire, is to kill all of the poor people and save everyone in like an ARC style thing, and then the Kingsmen reverse that essentially. So, but I took him and his henchman, who's now in Rebel Moon.
Yes, Sophia Botella with her.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
crazy cheat.
Because again, right back to Bond, the henchman has to have a weird quirk or something like jaws or some sort or fingernails or whatever. But I took them as legit threats. Like when she slices people with her legs, I'm worried she's gonna kill Eggsy. Pretty much. Towards the end of the movie, you start to realize that's not going to be the case. But I still see them as threats. I didn't see that as much with like the later villains as the series progressed.
It wasn't what's her name was the villain in the second one.
Julianne Moore.
Yes, Julianne Moore.
Remember? Yeah. And
it was a little weird with the island and the fact that she had this island that she could just do whatever she wanted. It was kind of strange, and then it was sad when
that really is Spy Kids.
Yeah,
that's what happens in the second. Yeah, wow, holy shit.
That's the thing. Like I again, it starts off, to me, the second one starts off, it is a cool chase sequence that happens with Eggsy and stuff like that, because obviously now he's established, he's that, and then of course there's we meet this other sanction of that's like a Kingsman, but they're of course like cowboy types. We got Jeff Bridges, we got Pedro Pascal, and even Channing Tatum, right?
Channing Tatum was in it.
Yeah. So we have that, and I like that. But then after the whole snow thing and the ball thing, where it gets a little ridiculous, it just starts going like the final act. I was like, no.
Yeah, it goes off once you start to have like the robot dogs in it.
Yeah,
I was ridiculous. And I'm like, okay, have you just gone? At first, I thought he was like going into like the Roger Moore era stuff, and I'm just realizing, no, this is fucking Spy Kids with the robot dogs. Like, I don't even know anymore. Like,
it gets really ridiculous. I was with it with like I said, when it came to expanding the world, we're like, oh yeah, we have these guys that are also like you, but they're cowboys. I was like, cool, and then it just. Yeah, it just did. And then of course there was like the twist with that, and I was like, nah. I was like, yeah, that's where it just fell flat with me. It was like half the movie worked, half the second half did not work for me.
Yeah, it just really fell off. And I'd heard too that they had wanted it was actually a good move on Fox's part. They actually went to Vaughn and they were like, you got a lot going on here. We can split this into, because Kingsman's successful. We want a franchise. We'll split Gold Circle into 2 movies if you want to do that. And he was like, no, I got this. I can make it into 1. And clearly not. Like the movie was too convoluted. There was a lot of weird decisions, but but yeah. So
it's all good. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, if he does The Authority, I guess we'll see.
I wouldn't be shocked if that's what. Yeah, I'm with Phil. Like I think that's what he'll probably get. But again, I'm still with Channing my Tatum. And
Channing my Tatum. There you go.
I go back to the Green Lantern chat. Like I'm not, as far as the new DC U goes, I'm not putting my faith in anything until I see at the very least a trailer.
100%.
You gotta see a trailer.
I give a flying shit about 2 projects on that slate: Brave and the Bold and Swamp Thing. Those are the only 2 things I genuinely give.
Is Mangold gonna do that? Is he gonna do Swamp Thing?
Yeah, he said
he signed on for it. But again, he just did. And again, I like Mangold, but after just Dial of Destiny, like he better fucking bring it, because holy shit, like Dial of Destiny.
Well, I mean, the way I look at that is the fact that it's like, I mean, it was, I mean, you're trying to wrap up that, and Disney probably came in and said, you're not, I don't know. To me, I mean, I just go back to what Mangold has made, I mean,
I know, like I go with Logan and like
Logan
and the director's cut of the Wolverine and like I get it.
Book of Eli, Book of Eli was his, wasn't it?
Was it
310 to Yuma, the remake?
310 to Yuma was his. That was excellent.
Was it Book of Eli? Somebody
look
look that up. I think he might have done.
I love Book of Eli though.
Book of Eli is great. Yeah. Denzel.
He did Ford v Ferrari, which is also
Ford v Ferrari.
Forget about that one. The ultimate dad movie, as everybody always calls it. But did he do Book of Eli?
No, Albert Hughes and Alan Hughes directed.
Okay, I was about to say, I don't remember him doing that, but it's still a good movie. Anyways,
I don't know why Book of Eli. Yeah. You know what? I was thinking of that other film because Colin Trevorrow did something. I got them mixed up because they kind of look alike a little bit.
Yeah, they do.
But it's like I said, I've said to you guys multiple times, I'm just kind of on the edge about everything, because between the actor strike still going on, by the time James actually starts getting things into gear, like they're gonna basically want to test the waters with Legacy and see where to go. And if Legacy underperforms, on top of the fact that if in 2 years, not even, Warner Brothers is sold to Universal, there's nothing guaranteeing that Universal wants even to touch James Gunn, let alone do his universe. And if Legacy doesn't perform, I mean, that's pretty much it.
I don't know.
Well, that's another thing I got to wait and see on, because I've been hearing, even before I moved from California, I heard about Universal interested in possibly buying, Warner Brothers. So like I've heard this for years. So until that's announced, I'm kind of in the same boat where like the movie.
Well, I mean, I just look at the debt that Warner Brothers has, and it's like, why is Universal going to want? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, one of the things that AT&T, AT&T, when they bought it, they bought all that debt, and then they couldn't do anything, and then they passed it along to Discovery, and then it's like, it's just they're just passing along debt. I'm like, why would Universal want to do that when Universal has their own debt? But it's not as bad, because I mean, let's face it, the Fast franchise and Oppenheimer and stuff like that. I think they're kind of like, all right, we're getting back. Why would you want to like absorb?
But the thing is, the real truth is, I mean, granted, they've already worked with Warner Brothers in terms of their theme parks and stuff. But the truth is, if they get full access to all of the extra studios that they get to use. They get access to all of the IP, which clearly is not being managed well. You have access to so much more. All the video game studios, because they're working off, the Universal's working off the IP. Like, if you had told me that Fast and Furious would be a multi-billion-dollar franchise in 2005, I would have been like, okay, maybe in like 20 years, like, and like not thinking about it, but thinking more of like, it'll accumulate, in merchandise sales probably. I wouldn't think like 10 movies or spin-offs and all these other things, And they did that. They clearly got Chris Nolan on board and got him and did all of what they did and everything. They clearly know, hey, we need to actually cater to the actual talent that makes money for us as a company. So, I mean, I don't know. And that's just with stuff that's not massively known IP. And even then, like even with the Jurassic Park movies, as bad as they are, right? Because that's Universal, right? Am I losing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you're
And
right.
those movies still are making money, even
Well, yeah,
though,
even the last one, which was not that great, even though everybody
Yeah.
came back, they made $1 billion.
Had
Oh
dinosaurs in it.
man,
That's all
I
that
just
matters.
had the biggest flashback to one of those shots in that movie where they
Oh,
literally do the fucking logo of Jurassic Park. They have the T-Rex through the
Yes.
circle hole, and I remember it clear as day, audibly in the theater. I was like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me!" And people laughed. They were like, "This is ridiculous." But hey, dinosaurs eating people still sells.
yeah.
That's the name of my next movie, and it's going to make $1 billion.
I'll write it with you.
Dinosaurs eating people.
Nice.
I will write that with you.
We don't need writers, but you can work on it with me. Definitely.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
It writes itself.
You just need an outline. That's all.
Yeah.
I just
But-
need people to feed the dinosaurs.
A couple of bullet points. You know.
I'll be the
But-
first death. I'll even die in a porta potty. I don't give a fuck.
No, but even talking about SAG-AFTRA, I mean, obviously with everything that's happening with that, I mean, I know some people are like wondering like how much delays. I mean, look what happened with Deadpool. Finally, it's kind of funny because like a week and a half ago, is that I almost said Zachary Levi, Sean Levy. I don't know why, because you know their last names are kind of the same. Was saying like, oh yeah, we're good. We got 30 more days. We're fine. And I think a lot of us were like, I mean, I even talked about it on Film Junkie Live, and I was like, okay, buddy.
I was thinking about that because Hugh Jackman had said, you know, before one of the reasons was keeping his body in that shape at his age was hard, and then now he has to continually work out to stay in shape as Wolverine for whenever this strike ends. So I'm like, that poor guy. I hope he doesn't burn out. You know, like
Hopefully he already had his shirtless scene. That's
yeah,
all.
right.
I'm
You
sure.
know, because if he's in that costume, it's like, dude, all you got to do is keep your shoulders
yeah.
going. That's
Yeah.
it. You don't need to like keep all this like, and you know, I'm hoping. I think that's, you know, a lot of people are talking about that too. It's like, why was he get? I mean, like, yeah, he's gonna get in that shape because, and he's gonna, you know, I mean, it's always like a thing where anytime like an actor who gets in ridiculous shape, when he has his shirtless scene, that's the time where like 2 days before they stop drinking water, they're not eating things, so then they just look so chiseled.
Yeah.
Everything's popping out. So it's like, hopefully he already had that. So then it's
all
like,
that stuff. Yeah.
yeah. So then now he's just like, all right, just keep it where you're just looking, you know, at least your shoulders are, you know,
Lean
you're
and
good.
stuff. Yeah.
Because if you're wearing that costume, you're covered, you're fine, you know.
Yeah.
So hopefully, like it's that.
I wouldn't be surprised if once everything gets cleared that they go back and reshoot a few things because they probably
100%.
want Ryan to
Yeah.
do more improv because that's
yeah.
Deadpool in general. And Ryan's improv as Deadpool is usually pretty solid, if a bit overdone
Fantastic.
sometimes.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
I saw that report. Is that about him? He wasn't allowed to ad lib or something?
Yeah, he wasn't
Yeah.
allowed
They
to
were shooting,
improv.
yeah.
They had
Which
they
is, but that's not a rule. That's bullshit. Like he can
I was about to
absolutely
say,
ad lib.
that doesn't
Okay.
even make sense.
He can 1,000% ad lib lines. Absolutely.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know all the rules.
Yeah,
That's
sure,
See,
sure.
what I
that's the
had
thing.
heard, but-
There's these crazy rules, like the rule that. Did you see him respond to the rule that actors cannot dress up for Halloween
Halloween.
I
and
saw that.
promote themselves? They can't dress up as Halloween and promote themselves as characters.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds responded to that, and I think he made a joke that he's going to be dressing as Ken and being like "fuck off" or something like that. Yeah, it's like
Mandy
that
Moore even
can't-
gave a response to that. And it was
Yeah.
fucking spot on. It was
That
great.
is stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid. I mean, like when that came out, I'm like, is that even real? Is that even real? Like you can't even dress up as a character in a current movie and like post a fucking picture of yourself. That I mean, it's gotten to the point, and now we're getting to the point because you know we got like George Clooney and Ben Affleck and all these other superstars that are really going.
Tyler
All right,
Perry.
fucking A, let's get this shit. What the hell is happening here? Because nothing's happening, and even Fran Drescher is now feeling the pressure because she's supposed to be like leading all this, and things aren't working out. So now all of a sudden these superstars are coming in and going, all right, we got to have something. And I'm like going, good, because at first I was like, all right, you go, Fran. Yeah, you support this. But then all of a sudden it's like shit's not, you know, things aren't happening. And I get it. It's not all about the, you know, what's happening on their side. It's these fucking stupid companies, obviously. But it just seems like I was like wondering, when is the star power going to really get involved with this? And now it seems like they're finally getting involved with this. And I'm hoping that this actually, I mean, this shit's not going to get resolved until at least next year. Like, productions are not going to start till next year.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Even if the strike ends tomorrow, we're getting it, and we're getting to the point where like holiday season's coming. Hollywood doesn't, it's not working. They're not doing stuff during the holiday season.
Like Thanksgiving until the new year, Hollywood essentially shuts down. Like
exactly.
They hardly do jack all, but pretty much like from the holiday season, Hollywood pretty much like, this is our holiday. We do whatever the fuck we want.
They're not going to be doing, so don't expect. That's why when Sean Levy and they were saying like, oh yeah, Deadpool will still be right there. But then it's kind of funny because we all forgot like, oh yeah, there's a Captain America movie that's
shot and ready to go. Yeah,
already ready to go. It's like, oh, we could bump that there, but at the same time, I felt kind of sad that, oh wow, yeah, we kind of forgot about this Captain America movie that's coming out. That's not good. But hey, hopefully,
you guys aren't looking forward to an 80-year-old Harrison Ford bulking out as a Red Hulk character and running around in weird CGI.
I'd be shocked if that actually happened.
Well, as long as
I really don't know what they're going to do.
I honestly, between you've got Anthony Mackie playing the title character of Captain America, which I do like Falcon and Winter Soldier. I thought the transition there from that to that was actually really solid, and I'm excited to see that. I do think Sam Wilson, despite the actor having said some things about my favorite Superman movie, I'll leave it at that. But even still, like, I think he's good for that version of that character that they're trying to make a thing. And I do like the idea of bringing back Tim Blake Nelson as the leader. I like that. If the rumors, obviously, to Paul's point, if we do see 80-year-old Harrison Ford Hulk out in Red Hulk form, that'd be pretty awesome. But even if the rumors of She-Hulk and even like Hulk himself showing up, and like I don't know, I've always been pretty fond of the Captain America films. I'm excited to see where that one goes, but I truly wonder, given the state of Marvel as it is right now, how well that one is going to do. I'm very curious.
It's interesting because you could tie that back. The first Captain America movie had mentioned, or the Hulk movie, Edward Norton.
The Hulk mentioned,
they mentioned that it was that the thing that turns Abomination into it and turned Hulk into Hulk was a version of the Super Soldier program. So you can still go back and tie a lot of that together, which would be neat if that's what they do. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I like Sam Wilson as a character. He's great. And I know a lot of people are like, well, Bucky should have got, the shield passed to him, like in the comics. It's like, yeah, the comics was a different scenario. But Bucky accepted Falcon getting the shield at the end of that movie. He was like, go talk to him. To me, he's like, dude, I can be reprogrammed at the drop of a hat. You really want Captain America, a villain? Like, so I like that Bucky had the sense to go, no, I'm Bucky, and we need a Captain America. And I thought the show was good. I didn't love everything about it, but I love they went to Madripoor, and I love they set up a lot of that stuff, and there was some cool world building there. So I hope the movie's good. I just,
the thing
looked good. Everything looked good when it came to that. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just gonna say, as far as like the comics go, people do forget too. And again, I love the run, and I love Ed Brubaker.
Ed Brubaker
but
run's amazing.
Right, but his almost the entire point of that run, to a degree, it was essentially one huge love letter to Bucky Barnes, because he, as a kid, he always hated the fact that Bucky was just blown away and forgotten. He wanted to bring Bucky back into the main continuity and to make him something special and something that could go toe to toe with Cap, or at least something that
Jason Todd him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's essentially what happens. But then, because of that, because it starts out as Winter Soldier, and then for the comic book to have him be redeemed through the Captain America as Captain America gets killed off, that's its own whole arc, and just utilizing that so well. And that was pretty much the entire run, but it was done so well, and it's written so well in terms of this espionage thriller and how they do all that, and Red Skull being utilized and all that. It was just really good.
And the cosmic cube and how it all tied together is really well.
Yeah. And you ask anyone, most people will tell you in terms of modern comics, Brubaker to Captain America is like Peter David to Hulk, or Garth Ennis to Punisher.
100%.
Yeah, without a doubt. So yeah.
No, but I mean, it like I said, it was just kind of funny because it just seemed like, oh yeah, we all kind of forgot. Oh yeah, that was already That's something right there. So they bumped it up, which is good. They got something to fill the spot, but at the same time, everybody's like hyping up Deadpool 3 because of how crazy it's supposed to be and Hugh Jackman back. Now I'm just kind of going like, man, I'm like, all right, so we got the Marvels coming out. Who knows what that's going to do when it comes to I'm still going to see it. It's the shortest MCU movie, and it's not an hour and 45 minutes, now an hour and 44 minutes. I'm like, oh, Kevin Feige is all, one more minute. It's like,
one more minute.
Shave it off. And I'm like, okay, well,
yeah,
I like Miss Marvel. Did not like the first Captain Marvel, but we'll see what happens when it comes to this. Maybe it'll be something. I don't know. When I saw the trailer and that stupid fucking cat is still.
Oh,
yeah.
Goose.
Yeah.
I have a bigger issue just in general because
what is
like,
it?
well, I mean, in terms of like this, like the MCU version of Captain Marvel, right? In terms of just like Carol, the movie in general, the first movie, which is it's fun, but yeah, like when you really think about it in terms of the overall continuity, it's like it kind of makes Carol look worse as a character because they try to set her up as this big important person in terms of like her power levels and stuff, and then it's like, okay, so you let Thanos come to Earth and do all that crazy shit. You abandon your best friend and you're basically like your niece almost by extension, like never really saw you growing up, and so she's gonna have that I think they, as it doesn't look like that's what they're gonna do. Like they're doing it more about making it about the Marvels. Yeah. But if they don't actually have moments of seriousness where like she's like talking to Carol and being like, where the fuck were you? Like, I know you take care of a large quadrant here or you do your thing, but like, were you not here to like
watch my mother die?
Right. Yeah. Or work with or work against Thanos or whatever the case was. Like, what the fuck have you been doing? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and
like,
you can't just say like, because that's the thing with that character. They're just like, oh, she's watching over the universe. I'm like, well, okay, I'm just going to take their word for it. Like, why don't you do some storytelling and show me, her do? I mean, maybe that's how the new movie will start. We have no idea, but I'm like, that's how they keep explaining her in each movie is a talking scene with her, and she's like, look, I'm really busy over here. I'm watching an entire galaxy, and you're like.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
that's how they
had a big threat that happened over here.
Yeah.
And also, she's apparently her and Sam L. Jackson's Nick Fury are like, oh yeah, we're supposed to find the Skrulls on another planet. You how fucking long have you been looking for another planet then?
Yeah. And on top of the fact that Secret Invasion makes it clear that they failed at that, so it's like, really? Yes. Like really? Yeah. Like yeah. So like now you've got that baggage from like the 5 people that saw that show. Like,
Four of them are here.
Yeah.
Boy, was that show bad.
Oh my god.
Not good.
I mean, it started off. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then it just that finale was like
not good.
What?
It was not good.
Oh,
what a waste of
time. And we found out because, look at it like that article that came out about the writers and stuff.
Right.
Like, whoa, okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I mean, that going back to what we were talking about with these studios trying to find footing again. And, it's going to be interesting because, I mean, I hope that DC can come out on top because DC needs a win. Is James going to lead that? I mean, am I 100% faithful? No, not at all. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when it comes to this. But, Deadpool is going to save Marvel, maybe.
Yeah, no, Deadpool, I think there's good stuff in this new phase. There is. Like,
agreed.
Yeah, there's potential here for them to bounce back or do their own thing. I don't think that Marvel or the MCU is going to be at the moneymaker level that it used to be to a degree. Like, I definitely think that the Marvels is going to, make a lot less money than Captain Marvel did. And I mean, all this stuff. But I mean, there's potential for things to at least branch out from where they are or to rework stories to a degree to, it looks like they're trying to buckle down more on the television aspect, which is, good depending on how that lands. But, the fact like, Deadpool 3, at least Daredevil Born Again, I'm trying to think.
I would even say the Thunderbolts seems kind of interesting, but the fact that they've got so many super soldiers on that squad makes me kind of weary because it's like, the Thunderbolts in the comics has a vast array of different villains that they pick and pull from, and this is just like there's only like one or two.
Well, the first Thunderbolts is the greatest of all because it's like it's all villains like Baron Zemo, and they come up with superhero identities and just in the face of everyone go, "Oh, we're here to save you," you know, and it's like super villains. I'm like,
correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that where Norman Osborn has the Iron Patriot outfit? Matt Gargan has the symbiote.
No. Way before that.
Way before
that's Dark Avengers.
That's
okay. Yeah,
and that's basically them extending Thunderbolts into Avengers branding. But Thunderbolts originally was Citizen V, and it was this guy who showed up wearing the American flag, and he had like a rapier sword, you know, like where he's like, all right, I can sword fight you and everything, and he's like, I'm like a cavalier, and he came in and was like helping people. He had Mach V and Gigantor or someone with him, and or Atlas, I think was his name, and they had all these people, and they're like, you know, a guy that could grow, a guy that had an iron suit, and then you find out that the guy in the iron suit, Mach V, is the Beetle, the Spider-Man villain, and that and that Citizen V is Baron Zemo, and that and so all of them have just been, they came up with superhero identities because the Fantastic Four and the Avengers got sucked into the Heroes Reborn universe or Heroes Return universe, and so the world was without heroes technically. So they're like, we'll be the new Avengers, and it's so freaking good. So they're already losing that. Thunderbolt should have been that story, in my opinion. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. I think they're going to try to do a Dark Avengers down the line.
Yeah, it feels more like they're trying to just do the Thunderbolts as like their Suicide Squad, and they're like, well, we're limited with Marvel because all of the big, you know, like higher up powers are in movies and all these other things, or these other big franchises, so we have to kind of work with like the remainder, which end up being a lot of super soldiers,
and we got to pay off these characters that have been set up that we need to wrap their stories up, so we'll just make them part of the team, you know.
Hey, I mean, it's Florence Pugh. We got to lead.
Yeah, hey, I love Florence Pugh. So
I like her too.
So do I.
Yeah.
So they're like, hey, we got to have her. You know, have her do this. You know,
whatever. She can read the phone book. I'll watch it. Doesn't matter.
You heard to put another pole into a gyrating thing and then have it explode in her face somehow and survive.
One of the worst CGI. Fucking. Oh my god.
She was the only reason I watched Midsommar. I'll wholeheartedly admit that right now.
I like Airy, but I need to watch more of these movies. But I've heard Midsommar is actually pretty good. But
oh yeah, you'll walk away with a fucking like like that was.
Yep. Yeah, I won't watch it again, but I'm glad I saw it.
I watched it twice. I watched it twice. It's one of those movies where you go, good movie, great movie. It was well executed. You know, Astor did a great job, but I don't want to fucking watch that again. Yeah, I remember walking out of the movie theater. And this one dude like was right in front of me. He turned and he goes, "What the fuck was that?" I'm like, "It was intense." I was like, I just looked at
a wake up call,
dude. He was like just like totally.
By the way, I'm late to it. You know me. I only see like 4 movies in the theater a year. But I went and saw The Creator, and because when I saw the trailer, I was like, I have to see this in the theater, and I freaking loved it.
Good.
I couldn't believe the stretching of a dollar. When I watched that movie, I was like,
$80 million.
I couldn't wrap my head around. I'm like, I've seen so much garbage
Edwards
that had a $300 million budget, and this had a fraction of that. And look how good it looks.
CGI looked fantastic, man.
So and the story was good. I know it's basically like a Mandalorian or Lone Wolf and Cub. It's like it's a pretty standard story. But it wasn't trying to reinvent any wheels. It was just trying to tell a cool sci-fi story.
Cool sci-fi story that has some twists in it. And yeah. I mean, I think my only gripes was like, you know, I didn't like John David Washington's character that much, but maybe I wasn't supposed to. I don't know. There was just, you know, there's some things, but overall, I'm like, guys, go see this movie. It's original. It's great. It's something that's different. But sadly, everybody went to go see Taylor Swift last weekend.
Which you defended, by the way. You did.
I did. I defended people acting like the movie theater was a concert.
Right.
You know, that happened last week. People were posting like, you know, images and videos. And I was like, hey, what did you expect? If you buy a ticket to a concert movie event, you're going to have people that are going to act like it's, because not everybody can go to a Taylor Swift concert. So this is the closest thing they got. So let them do their thing. Yes, I get it. I don't understand. I don't like her music. I'm not a fan. I mean, I get it. But at the same, I mean, but at the same time, I've been to, a Foo Fighters thing, and I was like, I wanted to stand up and be like, yeah, but I didn't because I was an adult. But these are kids. Let them do their thing. Let them go wild. Let them go buck wild. Just don't do that during, Killers of the Flower Moon. Yeah, kill the. Yeah.
I saw Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
How is it?
How'd you think?
It's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's long. It's about as long as The Irishman was. But I'd say it's probably his best, maybe since Wolf of Wall Street.
Nice.
But, but I want to preface this. It's not a movie that is like, it's not a high energy movie.
No.
Like Wolf of Wall Street is a high energy movie.
Yeah.
It's a slow burn, and you basically just see like the worst people do terrible things to the tribe that gets all of this oil money at the beginning of the movie, pretty much.
That's what the trailer looked like.
Yeah.
And I just saw the trailer. When I saw Creator, that was the first time I saw the trailer, and I was like, it was funny. I saw 5 or 6 trailers before that movie, and the Marvels was the last one. Yeah. And the 5 I saw leading up to the Marvels, they're all, not franchise films, and every single one of them, I'm like, these all look great. I'd watch any of these movies. And then I saw the big popcorn Marvels trailer, and I was like, I'm not gonna watch that. Like, it's funny. People always tell me, they're like, you're a comic book fan, you must rush to see every comic movie. And I go, I don't. I actually I'm like Dave in the sense where I like film, but unlike Dave, I'm very particular. Dave, like he loves movies so much, he sees everything, which I love about Dave. And I'm like, I cannot do that. I see something and I go, not for me. Like I know it's not for me. But I was gonna say certain MCU, certain movies like the Marvels, I have no real desire. But if my comic book buddies want to go and see it, and we discuss it afterwards, like if there's discussion and food involved, and we're seeing it on like say like an IMAX screen or something, it's like let's do it. And like that's how I got to see Blue Beetle, because I had no real interest. And they wanted to see Blue Beetle, so I saw Blue Beetle, and I actually was happy I did. It turned out to be pretty entertaining. And the Marvels won't probably be amazing, but with the MCU continuity the way it is, it might come into play at some point with whatever they're dealing. Because I'm assuming something cosmic is involved or related to that, or whatever the case is. And and if it underperforms, then that'll be that, and then we'll it'll be like Eternals, and then we'll see. Maybe we'll hear about it in like 10 movies later or something. Yeah.
But
a rumor I heard is that the Marvels may shed some light on something presented in Doctor Strange in the form of how incursions occur, and something to that effect. I don't really remember the exact details of it. But
there's something that's supposed to be revealed that's going to be like paving the way for the next thing.
You might see some incursion stuff in What If Season 2 as well, by the way.
Okay.
That's right. I forget that's coming out. I really enjoyed first season.
I love the first season.
Yeah. Really
good.
But
to Mr. Channing my Tatum, but no, I agree. I'm glad that like these A24 movies and these different things, or Ari Aster making all these fucked up movies, but like like I've been seeing a lot more of these more independent things popping up, which is good. Like I like both. I like the blockbuster movies, and I also like the thought-provoking movies. Just give me something new and give me something different to like keep like my brain from melting after a while. Like that's. But like so I'm down for whatever. And Killers of Flower Moon definitely hit that for me. It's a little long. Like I think they could have cut it down a little bit, just a little bit. But I guess funny enough, Scorsese was influenced by the Midsommar and Beau is Afraid type pacing. Yep. And he brought that to this movie. So I'm just that's I'm saying it more to Phil, but I'm letting him know like that's kind of where like that's where they're at with that. But no, it was a very interesting character piece. It was weird to see the perspective of, because I guess originally what they were doing when they made the movie, as it was originally presented and rented and written, like what they were doing was that eventually the FBI gets involved in dealing with these murders, and you were supposed to see the perspective of the main detective or the main FBI guy and his crew trying to figure out what the fuck has been happening to these people over the last like decade, where there's been like at least 50 to 60 deaths, all related to the tribe. So but then Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, I think he produces the movie as well, was looking into this, and he was like, we need to see more of the perspective of the tribe. Like, we can't come in it from the white man's perspective, because this is not going to, like, you know, this is like, I mean, you're still seeing it from that perspective to a very, very much big degree, but like the central character is Lily Gladstone's character, Molly, who marries Leonardo DiCaprio's character in the movie. And so,
spoiler alert. I'm just kidding.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm kidding. Yeah, we assumed.
Yeah, but no, I would say it's probably his best since Wolf of Wall Street, as far as like, you know, this it's clearly like a period piece, and they don't skip on it. And I've known Scorsese to not use CGI very sparingly, if anything. Like, I mean, Robert De Niro's like, you know, de-aging in The Irishman, but that's about the most extensive I've heard. When it comes to like sets and all of that, he's very much like practical and real. Yeah, and it feels that way in the movie. So you believe you're in that time period and what they're dealing with and stuff like that. But
yeah, I think like when it comes to like these, you know, like a Scorsese type filmmaker, I mean, if you're going to utilize CGI, you want to utilize it in a way that nobody notices, kind of thing. You know, I mean, like even when it came to the, you know, the Joker movie, I remember even Wolf of Wall Street, if you look at some of the behind the scenes and how they utilize CGI, even with something like that, which you wouldn't even think there's like any kind of CGI. But I remember I watched behind the scenes and I'm like, oh yeah, there's like certain shots and they like added this, they put this background and blah blah blah. I'm like, what the fuck, you know? And I talked to a VFX guy about that. I'm like, I even asked him, I was like, I think I even asked when I had Zach's VFX guys on it was like 2 years ago, which was like, you know, that worked on, of course, his movies, you know, DJ and Brian Hirota and stuff like that. I was like, well, I mean, what do you find more satisfying when you're doing something that nobody notices, or when you do like a crazy VFX shot where people just go, whoa, that's cool? It's like, and I think like I think DJ answered, and he just was basically like, well, I mean, it's kind of like a both kind of thing, where it's like you want people to not notice something that you did put into a frame, and they just go like, oh yeah, they just shot that, I don't even notice something. But then you also want to have, like, when you have this crazy VFX shot, you want people to be like, holy shit, did you see that, you know, kind of thing. So it's kind of like a mixed bag, where it's like, yeah, you want people not to notice VFX, but then you want them to notice like how much effort you put into like this one shot that just is amazing, kind of thing, you know? And so it's just an interesting thing as a VFX artist, I'm sure.
Mike Flanagan does that really well with some of his shows. I haven't seen Fall of Usher yet, but I'm really excited to watch it.
Me too.
But like when he did the Haunting of Hill House, or the first one he did, was like there'd be shots where they want the focus on the actors performing, but you'll see like a ghost in the background that's just standing there for like a frame, you know? So it's there if you watch it a second time or a third time if you miss it. But you're still getting the performance from the actor. But then there are those shots where, you know, like it's the crooked man or whatever, the guy with the neck, like walking down the hall or whatever. It's like you get both, and both are effective. And I can understand that as a creator and filmmaker, or part of the filmmaking process is, as long as people are absorbing it and they're having a reaction, you're doing your job on some level, you know? And so, that's cool. That's neat how you put it that way though.
The best director that I've seen that does it to a point where you don't even know that it's happening is David Fincher. There's a whole 13 20-minute video. I'll send it to you guys maybe after the thing.
Yeah.
But it's just detailing how much he uses CGI, and like it's done so well that you don't even know. Like, it's like blood spatter, everything from like Post-it notes. I mean, he's very, 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 very detail oriented, like to the point like there's as many VFX shots in like The Social Network as there is in like Zack Snyder's Justice League, or something like that. It's something crazy.
Wild.
Right.
So, it's crazy, like, I mean, just like the things that we don't even know, like it's just so cool. And that's what I love. I mean, as much as I like the big VFX shots that, you know, bring things to life, but just to find out about little things in the background that you're like, holy shit. Like I said, when it came to Wolf of Wall Street, I was like, there's no CGI in there. And then I watched the thing and I'm like, oh yeah, this shot right here had this, because obviously it's not present day. Of course, it's not that far in the past, but it's not present day. So they had to do some kind of things, you know, and then same stuff like the, you know, Joker movie. They had to do, obviously they had to create Gotham City in the 80s or, you know, something like that. And like, obviously you can't have that background, but even like with certain things that in certain shots, you didn't even know was happening. But anyways, I think this is a good place to wrap this up because we're going 4 hours already. And great conversation as per usual. Always fun talking.
And thanks to Saggy too earlier.
Yes. It was great talking to Saggy. She hasn't been on a little bit. I hit her up. I was like, "Hey, you want to come on?" And she was like, "Cool." So great talking to her. Hopefully, she gets her hair nice and.
She's like, "I'll be on the show as long as that small bald Sikh is there."
yeah, that's right. I forgot about the balls talk. Anyways, let's go around the horn and let's go ahead and promote anything that we're doing or talking about. Sikh, you first.
Right now I'm playing Spider-Man 2 on Twitch. So twitch.tv/thevenomvlog. My main channel is just going to be getting those streams uploaded for a while since there's no Venom 3 movie news. So just check me out on Twitch. And I'll be playing Alan Wake 2, which I'm so excited for next week. I am so pumped for that game. I've been waiting 13 years. So that's going to be fun. And then and check out Blacktastic Media. I'm going to plug a friend. He makes independent films. So if you're out there supporting independent films, every year on Halloween, he uploads a movie for free on his YouTube channel that are like 50 minutes long. He just did a werewolf movie. It came out today to coincide with the release of Werewolf by Night in Color. So I'm going to review both those movies as a dual feature review on Sunday. But check out Blacktastic Media. He's amazing. Tajaya. He's got a new film called I've Done It Again, and it's out right now. You can go watch it on YouTube.
Cool. Send me that link, man. I want to check it out. Yeah, send me that link.
Will do.
And then Phil.
Thanks again for having me on, man. It's always a pleasure getting to chat with you, Paul, Seek, of course, Saggy. If anyone wants to find me, follow me, Unfiltered, on all the socials. I'm on the 4 Nerds on every Wednesday. I was going to try and do my first DC United stream this weekend, but I have to push it back at least a week or two because I still have some things I need to work out. And check out the Eternal Night podcast for me and my friend Craig. Just talk all about Batman.
Hell yeah.
That's about it.
All right, Paul.
Thanks again for always having me on. I always love coming on here and chatting with you guys and Sag here, just in general. Like, it's always good convo.
Always fun.
Good mix. I don't have anything going on. I don't have a Twitch, but I do promote Spider-Man 2, the video game, because I'm playing it right now. It's great. It takes a while to get where you got to go, but like it's Arkham City with Spider-Man. It's awesome. So it's just, it's just terrifying New York instead of Gotham. So it's awesome.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm like, I want to do it because I miss doing that. One of these days.
But yeah, you can find me at pmickey1988 on Instagram or at Paul Panhook on Vero. And yeah, that's it.
There you go. All right, guys, smash that like, thumbs up. Thank you guys for spending some time with us. Thank you to Saggy, of course. Thank you to, of course, Seek, Phil, and Paul. We'll talk to you guys later.